and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Todd. We've had you here many times at the Nebraska State Fair, and we always appreciate your rendition of the national anthem. This morning on the south side of the arena, we will be starting with our Red Angus show. Serving as our judge is Chad Holtkamp. Our first class will be Class 2002 May heifers born May 1st, 2025 and after. In the north side of the arena, we'll be starting our American Highland show with our judge Jake Bloomberg. Our first class in our north arena will be Class 1004. These are junior heifer calves born January 1st, April 30th of 2025. Please start bringing your first entries up to the show ring. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, everybody. Sure excited to be here. We're going to have a good show. It's always an honor and privilege to be here at this kind of facility and event. And aside of my good friend Jake Bloomberg, as he gets through and goes here today, we're going to have a good time. Good way to start. Single entry, this young little May heifer calf. You know, she starts us out, and some things that we're going to talk about today, you know, now you just stay in there with one that she's just so feminine. She's so feminine, refined about her head, her neck, still comes in with some shape and dimension we'd like to see in terms of, you know, cattle that have some power to them. Just does a lot of things there that we like. Good way to start. Congratulations to him.
Results in Class 2002 in your Red Angus show, May heifer calves born May 1st, 2025 or after. First place goes to entry 3210 that is exhibited. The name of the animal is KMRX Dawn 564N, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Coming in next in our Red Angus arena will be Class 2006 March heifer calves, March 2025 born heifer calves.
Waiting on one.
Again, over here on the Red Angus side, you know, we've got a really attractive one. They bring us one that's that's highly presented in terms of hair coat and clip job. And you sure like her, and just a good proud heifer. Her neck comes high up out of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her center body. We'd maybe just soften her up a little in terms of her structure to give her just a little more flexibility down low. But you sure love her side profile, her balance, her kind, nice heifer.
In your Red Angus show, Class 2006 March Heifer Calves, first place goes to entry 3595. That is 3 CW Nightingale 505N, exhibited by CW Cattle Company of Wayne, Nebraska. Coming in now, we'll bring both of our first class winners and be selecting our spring heifer calf champion.
As we bring these two individual class winners out here and picking our first division, I think both of them, and talking about representing the Red Angus breed in terms of having some maternal to them, still have some shape to them. I think both of them are similar from that standpoint, having some muscle that we'd like to see, and just some things just in terms of balance. The younger heifer, very feminine headed, still has some shape to her. She could be just a little softer, I guess, in her the way she sits down in terms of her pastern and her hind leg, but she's still, she's got some balance, she's got some eye appeal, she does some things there to a nice degree. The bigger heifer, she's just so smooth patterned, good looking from the side. You like that she's laid in about her shoulder. She too, I talked about her individually. We could soften her structure just a little, but I think from a balance and kind standpoint, she still fits what I like a little better. So the young lady there with the older heifer will be championing this division, followed by the calf. Give them a hand as we get started.
Results in your Red Angus division. Entry 3595 was your champion heifer calf. It's 3 CW Nightingale 505N, exhibited by CW Cattle Company of Wayne, Nebraska. And your reserve calf champion was entry 3210 KMRX Dawn 564N, exhibited by Illingworth Farms. In the arena now, we've got Class 2008 February heifer calves. In our north side of the arena, placings in our American Highland show. First place, and this will be your junior heifer calf champion, goes to entry 431, Mid Lakes Back in Black, exhibited by Todd Green of Mindoro, Wisconsin. Second place and reserve junior heifer calf goes to entry 1506 RVH Reagan, exhibited by Easton Bowes of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 1541 exhibited RVH Juniper, exhibited by Sean Rakicki of Mason City. And in the arena now, we've got Class 1008 intermediate yearling heifers born May 1st, August 31st of 2025.
As we get out here on the Red Angus side, this young lady brings us a stout, powerful one. I can appreciate some cattle that have some shape and some power, some doability to them. I can appreciate that about her. Now, we could maybe just smooth her shoulder, clean her front end up just a little, but boy, I tell you got to like the roundness to her rib, the design that she puts together. Did a nice job. Congratulations, young lady.
Results from our Red Angus show, Class 2008 February heifer calves. First place goes to entry 1641. That is KMS Barron's Lila 522, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. That will also be your junior heifer calf champion. Coming in the ring now in your Red Angus show, we've got Class 2012. These are winter heifer calves born November 1st to December 31st of 2024. And the north side of the arena,
You know, we have a single entry again over here on the Red Angus division. This young lady brings us, very high quality heifer. I think she kind of fits some of the things that we're looking for and trying to find in terms of a show heifer. She's beautiful in terms of her pattern, feminine up there in her front end. I like just the way she puts some things together there, but she's still full in her midsection, good to her rear rib and flank, still good in terms of angles, the way she sets down. Just a very nice heifer to complement that young lady there, bringing us a nice heifer.
results in your Red Angus show, Class 2012 winter heifer calves. First place goes to entry 5021 LBT Miss Extra 470M, exhibited by Tronic Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Coming in next in your Red Angus show, we got Class 2014 senior heifer calves, born September 1st, October 3rd of 2024. Results in your north side of the arena in the American Highland Show, Class 1008. First place goes to entry 5222 Windmere Nymph, exhibited by Benish Cattle Company of Valparaiso, Nebraska. Second place, entry 432 Mid Lakes Catching Fire, exhibited by Todd Green of Mendora, Wisconsin. And third place, entry 1535, FSH Shireen, exhibited by Sean Rasicki of Mason City, Nebraska. Coming in next in our American Highland Show, those will also be your champion intermediates. Coming in next, we got Class 1010 Junior Yearling Heifers born January 1st to April 30th of 2024. In our Red Angus arena, we've got Class 2014 Senior Heifer Calves born September 1st to October 31st, 2024.
Out here in the Red Angus, we've got a decision there of two nice heifers to take a look at, and the one I choose to start with, she has a little bit of weight per day of age or performance advantage, but yet she also has some advantages in terms of balance and structure. I think to a high enough degree that makes me most comfortable to go ahead and start with this one. I think her balance is really good from her forerib back to her rear rib and flank, and I think the thing we talk about when we talk about structure, she utilizes her feet and legs. She's square at the corners. She flexes and pushes off her hock like one is supposed to. I do like and appreciate that about her. I'll give the advantage to the one in second, maybe a little bit thinner neck than my class winner, but yet I think some of those things to go maybe don't compensate for some things we'd look at. But the one in second, good looking, good pattern one. She's got some midsection in terms of body. A couple things to me needs just a little bit more in terms of hip to quarter to give her that true balance as our class winner had. And I would like to change her in terms of the way she sets down in terms of her hock to her rear pasture, especially when I have her to go. But a very attractive, high quality heifer, well presented here, makes a nice pair in your Red Angus show.
Results in our Red Angus show from Class 2014. First place goes to entry 5004, Hahn Miss Amazon 4M, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. And second place, entry 5331, that is LBT Sita Tango 420M, exhibited by Charnik Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. That will also be your fall heifer calf champion in reserve. Oh, no. We got two classes from that division, so we got to show that yet. Coming in on the north side of the arena in our Highland show, junior yearling heifers born January 1st to April 30th. Exhibitors, please have your cattle up here ready for your classes, or we will roll on without you. Thank you.
Young fella brings us a really nice, moderate-sized one, but boy, I can sure find a lot of breeding value for one that's built like that. She's long and square about her hip. She's got some power. Neck comes up out of her shoulders. She's still very, very attractive. I think in that look and size, she's just a little bit more moderate, still good in her angles. If we were to fine-tune her a little, I'd just like to watch her in terms of her front shoulder. I think she gets a little bit more upright in terms of her angle, drop her back at her knee, but boy, I sure can get excited about a stout, powerful, still good-looking heifer. Did a good job. Congratulations to that young fella. As we get over here in this division here of Red Angus, we've got three very, very nice class winners. And we had a couple singles, but they have some good. We'll go through and talk about them so you can get a kind of an idea, what I'm thinking, because I do believe that you could probably go three different ways and justify yourself without a doubt. The heifer that come out of the first class of this division, I was happy to see her. I think she's one that's got a lot of quality. I think she's still very feminine, good in terms of her body and balance. We talked a lot of good about her in that lineup there, but to break her apart a little within this group, I think she still is very, very attractive. Needs a little bit more hip and quarter again as we talk about getting these cattle to balance. She's very good and adequate in terms of her structure and movement. Still, ideally could soften her just a little bit. Boy, that's still a very, very nice heifer. Then the one come out of the next class, I thought just come in there. We had a pair of those. I thought she was impeccable in terms of her balance. Strong down her top. She's long about her hip. Really good in her underline when you study from her chest floor to her rear rib and flank. Good in terms of clean hocked utilization, in terms of flexibility. We talk about one at the ground. She's just kind of okay in terms of her neck, but to me still fits together in terms of body shape and style, but she does give up a little bit of femininity to either side of it. Young man's heifer comes out there, and I think that one is got breeding value. I like her squareness to her build, her stoutness, her power. You've got to ask yourself where you're at in terms of her moderation of what you want to do with her in a breed. I do think she has some good to her, and if you like stoutness, bone, and power, I think she's still one that you could land on there. But for me, in terms of where we're at in terms of breeding cattle, I think the decision for me becomes pretty straightforward. Young lady right here in the middle is going to be our champion of this division. Give her a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Results from your intermediate champion division in the Red Angus show. Your champion goes to entry 5004, Han Miss Amazon 4M, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. And your reserve was 5021, LBT Miss Extra 470M, exhibited by Charolais Simmentals of Wymore, Nebraska. Coming up next in our Red Angus shows, Class 2020 April Spring Yearling Heifers. Results from your Highland show, Class 1010, first place goes to entry 1346, Silva's JoJo Black Betty, exhibited by Frank Silva of LaSalle, Colorado. Second place, entry 1534, FSH Adama, exhibited by Sean Rosicki of Mason City, Nebraska. Third place, entry 804, MES Amazing Anja, exhibited by Brianna Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 433, Miss Lakes She's Got Away, exhibited by Todd Green of Mindoro, Wisconsin. And fifth place, entry 805, FSH Asha, exhibited by Brianna Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. That'll also be your champion and reserve champion junior yearling heifers in the ring now. We've got Class 10-12 senior heifers, January 1st to December 31st of 2023. In your Highland show, Class 10-12 senior heifers, first place goes to entry 1373, Trinity's Tally's Twilight, exhibited by Renly Silva of Greeley, Colorado. Second place, entry 2471, RLC Joaquina, exhibited by Jordan Ritz of St. Laborie, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1537, SFF Rising Moon, exhibited by Sean Rosicki of Mason City. And fourth place, entry 1347, Silva's Pepperjack, exhibited by Frank Silva of LaSalle, Colorado. Those will also be your champion and reserve senior heifers. And in the ring now in our Highland show, Class 1014, cow-calf. Nope, we're doing the division now.
Over here in our Red Angus side, we got a nice pair of heifers that come in here, and both of them got a lot of quality you could look and talk about. But there's no doubt about this young lady's heifer that as she walks in here, we talk about structure and try to get in there, but you bring one in here that's just so impressive in terms of her foot, her hind leg, the way she utilizes and drives off her hind two is just so impressive. And then you get back off and study her. She's a big outline heifer, but she's so attractive in terms of just her head and front end and still has some body shape. Now you would probably, or I would probably still transition her better from her shoulder into her full rib and kind of the way she gets into her spine there. But that's a soft-legged, good-looking, high-quality heifer to go ahead and win this class. The heifer there in second, she too has got a lot of quality. She's still very good-looking. She ties tighter at the top side of her shoulder into her top. She's good, long, and level about her hip. I like that about her. Her neck comes up high to her shoulder, gives us a really good look. She could use just a little bit of more rear flank, a little bit more dimension in terms of a heifer at this age and size to help her truly balance up, but yet still a nice pair. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. On your red Angus side, this young lady. Go ahead and turn your corner. Come back around here. We've got single entry. This is a good heifer. I tell you, you talk about one that's got some broodiness and cow potential, cow power. I think it sure exemplifies in this one. And I tell you, we talked about some uniqueness in that one before, but I think this one's so impressive. She is big topped. She is long and square about her hip, the way I like to see one. Her tail head's laid right up in there. She's good in terms of her design. She just looks like one. Too, in terms of a show heifer, you can take the halter off, put her out to grass. She's going to do a lot of good things there. I think she's a very, very nice heifer, and we'll talk about her as we get out here in division. But I think she's just a nice one. The young lady did a good job. Congratulations.
In your Highland Show, your grand champion goes to entry 1346, Silva's JoJo Black Betty, exhibited by Frank Silva of LaSalle, Colorado. And your reserve grand champion goes to entry 5222, Windmere Nymph, exhibited by Benish Cattle Company of Valparaiso, Nebraska. Congratulations to you folks. And we'll be doing our cow-calf classes next in our Highland Show. Catching up on some placings in our Red Angus Show from Class 2020. First place goes to entry 5336, HEH, Shelley, 1MET, exhibited by Shaylee Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1559, AUBSS Belga 410, exhibited by Wolf Farms of Madison, Nebraska. And from Class 2022, first place goes to entry 3706, TAC Miss Verna M133 B47, exhibited by Amelia Albrecht of Thurston, Nebraska. In the ring now, I believe we have Class 2026, January Junior Yearling Heifers. Highlands, if you could please bring your cow-calf pairs to the arena now, please. Please bring your cow-calf pairs to the arena. Your class is going into the ring.
I do not see one.
Over here again on our Red Angus show, and you talk about just some broodiness and cow power and cow potential. Here again, we're seeing that. And I tell you what, I've been so impressed is here this morning in terms of your Red Angus cattle. They've got some muscle. They've got some power, and this one is no exception. Where I'm impressed with this one is just her turn to the upper part of her rib. She's bold in her rib cage. Still good when you stand off in the side and look at her from her fore rib back to her rear rib and flank, but still just a good, stout, powerful one. She's getting to that age of maturity. Got a little bit of forward chest there. Ties in good, maybe thin her neck up a little, but boy, that's still good livestock, good female, got a lot of power, a lot of good. My congratulations to her.
Results from Class 2026 in your Red Angus Show. First place goes to entry 1631, RH Iron Redbird 406, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. Now we'll be bringing back all the firsts and seconds from the previous classes and selecting our junior champion and reserve champion junior female.
Red Angus division here. We got these older heifers. Very impressive group again. We've got 3 class winners and a really good second out here in this group. And, the one I just talked about in that last class there, and I talked about her upper rib cage in terms of the roundness and boldness she does have. I think she just got a lot of cow characteristics that we can appreciate. One you take out there and make some herd bulls. I think she's just got that boldness we'd like to see. Now, as a show heifer, comparatively, probably just a little bit not as fresh as the 2 cattle probably right ahead of her in terms of neck and chest, but still so much good in that female there in terms of the quality that she does give us. The one right here in the middle, 133, and when I thought she was so impressive and just her hip in terms of length to her hip, squareness where her tailhead's laid in there, she's still smooth about her body in terms of full rib, the way she blends from her shoulder. I think that's still very, very impressive. She's good in terms of structure as well. Similar to the heifer I just talked about in that class behind, we'd maybe thin her head up, give her a little more refinement, femininity up there to her head and front end. But she still fits together good. I think she just, to me, has got a lot of breeding value in her as well as you take a look at it. It's a very, very good female. And then the young lady's heifer there with a darker red one there that wins that class here in front. That heifer there is very, very unique. She has a look that is different than a lot of the rest of them, but it's more of a look that I'm accustomed to like and appreciate. She's so long-fronted, she's long-bodied, got some performance to her, still has some muscle, has some power, but most importantly, she is so good in terms of just foot size, foot quality. The way she utilized that hind leg is just so impressive. So there's no doubt about the champion in this division, young lady. That will be you. Our decision becomes in terms of reserve where you want to go from there. And if the one that was second to her's got enough body, because she definitely is a very feminine, beautiful patterned one that's still fresh in terms of condition. So we'll walk out here, but this one to be champion, I'm going to use this one that was second to her for reserve. Congratulations. Give him a hand.
Results in your Red Angus show, your junior champion female goes to entry 5336, HEH Shelley 1MET, exhibited by Shaylee Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 1559, AUBSS Belga 410, exhibited by Wolf Farms of Madison, Nebraska. Coming in the Red Angus arena now, we'll be taking all of our division and reserve champions and selecting our grand champion Red Angus female.
I just have a hard time finding.
Highlands, if you could please bring your cow-calf pairs to the show ring, we'd like to continue with the show.
as we get out here and get ready to pick our champion in terms of a red Angus, and some things we do and want to find a good representative. I know that we get excited for and build up to picking a champion to get into tomorrow in terms of your Supreme, but there's no doubt that we're going to have one of quality to go ahead and represent that as well. So it's been good. I'll talk about the cattle, but too, the other thing I just say, and we're a family in terms of livestock people. As we come together, and part of the function is coming together in camaraderie and getting to visit with other producers and bounce ideas off and go. But our livestock industry had a tough week with Troy and Travis. With their passing, and I'm sure that they had both been here, very predominant in terms of show judges and livestock people, just like the rest of us. So I know it. It becomes part of it that we just talk about, recognize, but just go through and keep them and their families in terms of with your thoughts as we go forward. But the Red Angus division has been good. That first division, that heifer was beautiful in terms of her pattern, really well presented. Need to soften her structure just a little, but still the best in terms of quality when you step off the side of her. The Fries branded on her shoulder come out of that next division there. She's very muscular, shapely, got some rib shape. Still need to probably give her a little more femininity in terms of build and design, but still a quality breeding female that offers some very positives in terms of making bull replacements and et cetera there. The next heifer coming out, I talked about her just beautiful in terms of her balance. She's seamless in the way she blends together from her shoulder to her forerib, back into her rear rib and flank. Really good in terms of her structure. I like the cleanness to her joint, her flexibility that she has. She does some things there to a high degree. Would like to see her just be a little longer and thinner about her neck, but yet still a very good female. Then the young lady brings the powerful beast in that class. She's very impressive. Just her structure just gets me excited, just in terms of look. So no doubt about it, but put your hands together. We'll go out here and get you a champion reserve of your Red Angus. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results from your Red Angus show. Your grand champion Red Angus female goes to entry 5336 HEH. Shelley 1MET, exhibited by Shaylee Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion female goes to entry 5004 Hahn Miss Amazon 4M, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. Congratulations to you exhibitors. We will be taking a quick picture break in the Red Angus Arena. And results from your Highland Show, Class 1014, cow-calf pairs. First place goes to entry 1340, Fanola Katie, 32nd of U-Rock, exhibited by Heather Bailey of Laramie, Wyoming. Second place, entry 811, Benecheese Gwendolyn, exhibited by Matthias Schulte of Pleasanton, Nebraska. And third place, entry 434, Lead Yards Bowmore Brianna, exhibited by Todd Green of Medora, Wisconsin. In the Highland Show, we'll be switching genders and be showing our bulls. First class in the Highland Bull Show will be 1016 intermediate bull calves born May 1st, 2025 or after. We'd like to commence the show here on the Highland Show. If you could please bring your bulls up to the show ring, please.
Okay. It's not whoever's initial it is on our sheets, on the flat on the window there. Okay, I'll look. I can't remember. It's not very fast speed over there.
They're not here. That's the problem. They're coming.
We can roll on without them. They won't do it again.
We're just doing the drawing, and he's ready to.
In our Red Angus show, coming in the ring now, we've got Class 2032. This is mature cow-calf pairs.
Good representative. As we get, we got a single entry here in the cow-calf division. What a good representative to go ahead and come out here and represent the breed. She's, you talk about a breed that's very maternal and do some of the things that you want them to do, and here's one that comes out. She's very feminine, still has some shape to her. She's held up really well. She's long and level in her hip, like we talked about. More importantly, she's good about her udder. Her teats are square on the corners. Look like she's got some longevity to her there to hold together. Had that little May heifer calf showed the individual class, reserved that division. I liked her muscularity. Still feminine, headed like her mother. Got a little navel, maybe would cosmetically just, give her a little different look, but still a very nice pair. My compliments. Nice job. Give them a hand to be your champion cow-calf Red Angus at the Nebraska State Fair.
Results in your Red Angus cow-calf pair class 2032. First place goes to entry 3209, Smoky Y Dawn J15, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Now we'll be moving on to the bull portion of the Red Angus show.
Over here on the Red Angus side, folks, we got a very high quality here bull, young calf. He's immature in terms of shape, but yet still has got a lot of good to him, and I think that's a good midsection in terms of roundness to his ribs, some depth of the body. Still has balance, still long and good about his head and his neck. Good in terms of his structure. Just a very, very nice individual bull. Congratulations.
Results in your Highland show. Your grand champion Highland Bull goes to entry 812 MES Auto, exhibited by Matthias Schulte of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion goes to entry 435 Mid Lakes Trailblazer, exhibited by Todd Green of Mindoro, Wisconsin. We'll be taking a short break for pictures. In your Highland side. Over in your Red Angus show, the first class of bulls, class 2038. First place goes to entry 3211 KAMRX John Wick 530N, exhibited by Illingworth Farms of Funk, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now, we've got class 2040. These are February bull calves born February 1st to the 28th of 2025.
Another single entry this young lady brings at us, is a quality bull as well, just very similar in terms of the quality we talked about in the one and the previous class. He's still big and robust in terms of his midsection, still really good in terms of his balance, in terms of the way his front end and ties together really wood down his top and his upper hip. Just a very high quality individual. Congratulations.
Results in your Red Angus bull classes. Class 2040, first place goes to entry 1242. That is VYCC Wild Card 210, exhibited by Emily Yowell of DeWitt, Nebraska. And coming in next, we'll have class 2042 January bull calves, born in 2025.
As we get, really high-quality classes, we talk about them here. I think bulls that have some similarity, obviously they're branded. Just go ahead and pull in right here this way. Aim this way, because you'll be second. Red Bull be third. But the one to start with, these bulls that have some similarity. And I think where he does it within this class is I still think he becomes the best in terms of fault freeness as we go ahead and study him. I thought he balanced well. He's really good in terms of in this group, in terms of down his top, where he maintains that hip. But most importantly, I think it just his transitional traits where he ties better in terms of his shoulder than the one in second. Just for me blends from shoulder to forerib. He's truer in terms of his front toes. He stays straighter front ahead. When he goes ahead and moves, he's got more flexibility out of his shoulder. Still good in terms of his angles. Still has muscle. Still has power. Does some nice things. I think that's just a good logical place to go ahead and start. The bull in second, as she pulls him back around, probably has a little more stoutness, a little bit more power to him, maybe than our class winner. And there's some things that I would talk about him to go ahead and win the class. For me, though, a little bit, he gets a little base narrow in terms of his front end, wants to splay out a little in terms of his front toes. I would change that about him, and then just that transition from his shoulder into his top, down his back, I'd like to change him. But that's a big centered, deep, bold one to go ahead and get second in that class. I like the dark red color in terms of shape and kind. He's muscular down his top, got some shape and turn. He's got just a little bit just is not as fluent in terms of his hind leg. Got a little limp to the hind leg on my side, but I'd like to see him a little cleaner jointed in terms of angles, because we got to keep these things sound as they go out and do their job and cover a lot of surface. So he gives that up today. Doesn't give up anything in terms of quality, but those are some limiting factors for him come a little shy. But 3 very nice bulls. Congratulations.
Results from your Red Angus Bull Show. Class 2042, first place goes to entry 1635. That is KDS 513, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1638, KMS 507, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. And third place, entry 1637, KDS 515, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. Coming in now, we will be selecting our junior bull calf champion.
Out here in this division here in a Red Angus show, and 2 class winners directly in front of me, and then we got our second there to my far left there. Nice set of bulls. Cattle that have a lot of good, and in a maternal breed that still's got some performance. These cattle have got the right shape in terms of having some capacity, having some dimension. We like that, and then we just go ahead in terms of show ring and try to tidy them up a little bit in terms of their lines and look, and still have some dimension to them. So I think you got some things you could do either way. I just have a preference, the one I like, and young lady there come out of first division. I think you just got a lot of quality and look, still has some growing performance. He'll be our champion, followed by the other class from B reserve. Congratulations. Give him a hand.
In the Red Angus Show, your junior bull calf champion goes to entry 1242, VYCC Wild Card 210, exhibited by Emily Yowell of DeWitt, Nebraska. And reserve champion goes to entry 1635, that's KDS 513, exhibited by S. Diamond Angus of Henderson, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Coming in next, we'll have class 2052. These are April spring yearling bulls. This will also be a division, your junior champion bull division.
Folks over here on the Red Angus side, I know we got a single entry, but boy, we bring a high quality one here. The darker colored one, boy, he is beautiful in terms of his pattern. He's got some look to him, but make no mistake about it, right there behind his shoulder, he opens up to a big old top. Still got some shapeliness in terms of his hip, clean about his joints, athletic in terms of his movement, does some things really well. That's a very, very nice individual. My compliments to those exhibitors on a quality bull.
Results from your Red Angus Bull Show, Class 2052. First place in your Junior Champion Bull goes to entry 5003. That is Hahn Weekend Warrior, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas. Coming in next in our Red Angus Bull Show, we'll have Class 2060. These are senior yearling bulls born September 1st to December 31st of 2023. And this will also be your senior champion division winner from that class.
And good morning if you're listening at home on Ringside Live. I apologize for getting a late start on the project here. This is Tim Burke from Nebraska. We're just trying to catch you up a little bit on our Red Angus show. Our judge for today is Chad Holtkamp, and I'll read you his bio a little later. Chad was here last year in the junior show, back bringing open class this year. To catch up, if you joined us late, like unfortunately I did, our grand champion Red Angus female went to Shaylee Hartman of Tecumseh, and our reserve champion went to, and I just saw it, Tyler Hahn with a Fallborn heifer.
Just like in that, class before of one of quality. And, we bring out here one just extremely stout. I mean, this bull is powerful, round in his rib, big top, big hip, got some width. You get in there behind him. Still very athletic and awesome in terms of his angles as well. He's more moderate sized because he's a very dense bodied one that's got some dimensions. Looks like he's got where he could weigh a little bit, but that's a very good individual. I think he'll be around here and make some genetic improvement here for a while, but very good individual. We're having a heck of a good Red Angus Bull show, so it's going to be fun to get these back out here. Congratulations to that exhibitor on a very high quality individual.
Results in your Red Angus show, Class 2060, first place, and this is your senior champion bull, goes to entry 191, 93 CH MS chain maxed out 3718, exhibited by Wendell Custer of Cushing, Oklahoma. Coming up next, we'll be selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion Red Angus bull.
Again, as we get out here, pick our champion in our Red Angus Bull Show. We've had a really good Red Angus division. I think they've just got a lot of quality and good. I think we got some heifers that have been good, and we got a really impressive pair as we get down here to talk about that we could like. They're different in terms of their type. in kind, but you got to get down here and make a tough decision. But as we go through these Red Angus cattle, and it's a breed that's got a lot of popularity, done a lot of things right, have laid in there, and you can sure see the quality we've got here. Gentleman there and has that younger calf. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. He's good in terms of his rib. He's very smooth about his head and his neck, and still has that quality look to him. At this stage in development, I think he's got nothing but really, really good days ahead of him. I think he gives up a little bit in terms of, obviously maturity to some of the cattle behind him, but he doesn't give up anything in terms of quality. I think he's got some good. The next bull come out of that division, really good looking. He's attractive. He's really good down his top. I like the length of his hip. He's still got some rib shape. Still fits together well in terms of, balance and proportion. Those are some things that we do like. I would probably, if we nitpick him within this group, we'd probably give him a little more flex there to his hind leg, soften him a little there. But that's a big-bodied one that's got so much good, and he, too, has got a good future there. I think them younger bulls as they go around. Then we get into the gentleman's bulls. He's making around the corner, the dark-colored one coming around here. And, I was so impressed as we seen him within class. He's got a little extra size, but he's awesome in terms of his length of body. Incredible in terms of his look. And that bull still got some thickness to his top, and his hip drops down deep in terms of his quarter. He's doing some of the things that are, that you like and you appreciate. Just a lot of those things about him as he gets out here and does a really nice job. Then the big senior yearling, he's one that is very impressive as well as he comes in, and he's one of the other two bulls that you could talk about. He's a little more moderate in terms of his size, but he is stout and powerful, round rib, big hip, stout. Got some foot to him, but you got to ask yourself where you're at in terms of frame size. Maybe runs downhill just a little, but still a very, very high quality bull. Gets to be a tough decision. I think we've got two bulls to choose between that have got a lot of quality and good. I'm just going to go with the preference of the one I like. So, folks, put your hands together. We'll get you a champion bull.
All right, our champion bull, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas, on Hahn Weekend Warrior. And reserve was our senior. He would have been the junior champion. Our reserve was senior champion, Wendell Custer from Cushing, Oklahoma, on 93 CHMS chain, maxed out, 37.18. I agree with Mr. Chad there. That was a great, not a lot of numbers, but boy, that was a great set of Red Angus bulls. And I believe we'll be starting here. They're going to take a little picture break here, and we'll be back with you. They're going to start the Angus show here shortly. They look like they're lining up the classes. I'm going to say our Angus show will be maybe no more than 5 minutes away. I think they got to take a little picture break. All right.
Your results in your Red Angus Bull Show. Your grand champion Red Angus Bull goes to Hahn Weekend Warrior, entry 5003, exhibited by Tyler Hahn of Russell, Kansas.
Thank you.
Your reserve grand champion Red Angus Bull goes to entry 191, 93 CH, MS Chain, maxed out, 37.18, exhibited by Wendell Custer of Cushing, Oklahoma. Congratulations to you Red Angus exhibitors. There are a couple of Red Angus group classes. Class 2072 will be a premier breeder and premier exhibitor. In our north side of the arena, in the Gelbvieh show, we combined both classes. They were single entry to make your champion heifer calf division. Your champion heifer calf goes to entry 4544 BUTR Gingerling 290N, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. And your reserve champion heifer calf goes to entry 4856, New Sensation, exhibited by Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 1412 early senior heifer calves. Results in your Gelbvieh show, class 1412. First place goes to entry 3336. That is WWM 4M Miriam, exhibited by William Welsh of Franklin, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3335 MAGW 6M Myra, exhibited by William Welsh of Franklin, Nebraska. Those will also be your intermediate champion and reserves. Coming in next in your Gelbvieh show, class 1426. These are late senior yearling heifers born November 1st to December 31st of 2023.
Okay, kicking off our Angus show. Again, our judge for today, Mr. Chad Hildkamp from West Point, Iowa. Chad has a lot of experience. I'll read you his bio here later, but Chad's a well-respected, renowned judge from around the country. We're lucky to have him here in Nebraska. Always does a really nice job, I think. Starting here, we got class 110, Grayson Tuttle with an April 2nd heifer, and Logan Barta from UTAN with a March 22nd.
In our Gelbvieh show, we'll be bringing back our division champions and reserves, and we'll be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Gelbvieh females.
As we get here in our Angus division, I think we've got started out here with a pair of nice heifers. I do think there's some slight differences, but I think both of them, have some quality in kind. I choose to start with probably the, just the bigger body, a little bit more dimensional heifer. When you look at her from the side, I think she's got just some depth, a little advantage in terms of of growth and weight per day of age. She's still long about her body and attractive in terms of her top line. I like some things she does really well there. The one in second, she's probably a little more feminine in terms of just her littler, in terms of her neck, the way she comes in there. But for me at this stage, and I'm not saying it's going to change as we take them down the road, she just needs to be a little softer in her midsection where she fights a halter, maybe gets a little bit more rounded in terms of her hip and just gives up just a little too much in a close placing between those two. Good way to start. Nice pair of Angus females.
Results from your first class of Angus females, Class 1102, late junior heifer calves. First place goes to entry 4334. That's TCC Miss Molly N33, exhibited by Grayson Tuttle of Dorchester, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2740, Benish Amelia, exhibited by Logan Barta of Utan, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next, we got Class 1104, early junior heifer calves.
Okay, in the ring right now, Class 2 early junior yearling heifers, calved in January and February. We have Cisco Brothers with a 225 entry, SB made right, and Team Hibner Angus Ranch from Hershey with a January 22nd, and Ava Brown from Pleasanton with a January 18th.
Your reserve grand champion, Gelbvieh female, goes to entry 4544.
And again, if I can share any extra information or something, and there's something else I can do, again, this is Tim Burke. Shoot me a text, 402-750-0440. I mean, I know, for example, Grayson Tuttle's heifers selling on our SC online sale coming up here in October with and Chad Tuttle's Hidden Gems production sale. I'm sure the Cisco Brothers entry will sell on their Friends in Low Places sale, but if you've got a production sale, you got something, and you're out here exhibiting cattle, we want to know about it, and we'll do whatever we can to get it on there and get you the promotion you need.
In there, and you talk about structure, flexibility, covers the ground. She does that. She gets her set up for the side. She gives you a really good look, and just one that's got some extension out there in her front end. She's awesome there, as you'd expect, the way she moves in terms of angle to her shoulder. But that's a high-quality heifer. My congratulations. A good place to start within this class. Then I think between second and third, as we bring them out here, and just again, I think there's just a notch more balance in the one that I go ahead and run second. She definitely is the heaviest muscled heifer of the trio or this class. She's big top. She's big hip. Part of her tail kind of throws her a little bit away from balance, but she's got just a little more set to her hind leg. Wants to hawk in just a little as she gets out there, but she's an attractive, heavy-muscled, good heifer. A big-bodied one comes out here next. She's long-bodied. Look, guys, has that look or performance and some doability. Just a little more refined in terms of bone, just a little more restrictive in terms of her movement off her hind, too. But again, a nice trio. Congratulations to those Angus exhibitors.
Place goes to entry 2284, SB Made Right 508, exhibited by Brothers Cattle Company, Cisco Brothers Cattle Company of Syracuse, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 809, SR Proven Queen, exhibited by Eva Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. And third place to entry 4557, HAR Jamie 501, exhibited by Hubner Angus Ranch of Hershey, Nebraska. In our Gelbvieh show from our cow-calf class, first place goes to entry 4545, SEPT Ginger Snap Martini K290, exhibited by Tegan Butterfield of Atkinson, Nebraska. We're now showing our bull division in our Gelbvieh show. Class 1436 February bull calves are in the ring.
Over here in our first division here in your Angus show, and a good 4 real nice heifers to come out here. And anywhere you go in terms of the Angus world, you bring cattle that have a lot of good, and the business breed does such a good job of covering a lot of facets of the industry. They've got the performance to go along with the maternal and look there. But these are a good set. Heifer come out of that first class. She did so just in having an advantage of some performance. She was deeper sided. She's still good looking. We'd maybe tweak her a little in terms of her structure, stouten her at the ground, give her a little more length to her pasture to set down just a little softer, but still a good looking, nice profiling heifer that does look really good. Young man's heifer, she come out there and kind of dominated that class, and she's so impressive in terms of flexibility, structure at the ground, still maintain her balance so flawlessly as you put her in motion, still long about her front end. I think that is a beautiful front end because it's not so little in terms of her neck, but everything just fits and ties together. So I go on and on about her. There's no doubt about it. She is my champion of this division. Give him a nice round of applause. Congratulations. My decision after that gets a little closer, and I think the one that was second to her in class is still the next best in terms of structure to be reserved. Congratulations.
Okay, our champion calf, junior calf champion, is this exhibited by Cisco Brothers from Syracuse on SB Made Right 508. And reserve division is Eva Brown on SR Proven Queen 5. We'll now be bringing our we've got a single entry class, late senior heifer, Wendell Custer from Cushing, Oklahoma on Sagebrush Rita, a November 20th of 24.
Results from your Gelbvieh show. Your champion and class winner is entry 2317, BARG Grand Design 23N, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. And second place and a reserve grand champion goes to entry 5272, Bose Sterling N706, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. In our Angus show, your division junior calf division champion goes to entry 2284, SB Made Right 508, exhibited by Cisco Brothers Cattle Company of Syracuse, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 809, SR Proven Queen, exhibited by Eva Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska.
As we get single entry here in our Angus division again, and just one, but you really want to appreciate one just in terms of body shape, body composition, the way she puts some things together. As I talk about those cattle that have some true shape to them, and she is shapely in terms of the top side of her upper rib. She's still really, really good down her top, out there through her hip. She got some roundness to her rib. She's a little more moderate in terms of size as we talk about for her age, but she's still got quality, got good. You can take her halter off, kick her out to grass, and she's going to do a lot of things that we ask her to do and does do it in a good fashion. So congratulations, good single entry.
Results from your north side of the arena. We have started our Balancer female show, class 1403. First place goes to entry 2382, SEPT GHGF, Kissed After Midnight, exhibited by Justin Teeter of...
Okay, over here on the Angus side, we've got early senior yearling heifers. We've got Peyton Scott from Gordon with a October 11th. Melander Livestock of Belgrade with an October 6th, and Jacob Werner from Allen, Nebraska with a September 13th. In winning the November-December late senior yearling heifers in a single entry was Wendell Custer from Cushing, Oklahoma with Sagebrush Rita, 1004.
Results in your Gelbvieh show, class 1405. First place goes to 3919 XXB Lebanon, exhibited by Cole Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1509, Bose Jade N701, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place, entry 2322, BARG Miss Divine 540N ET, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 1123, ARDR 509N, exhibited by Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 4861, that's 640N, exhibited by Neil Voss of Burning, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next, class 1407, January heifer calves born in January of 2025.
Over here on the Angus side, a good trio of Angus heifers, and we got a pair that you could sure get excited about and study that have some similarities in terms of their basic build of how they're put together, but still just enough difference in terms of quality, in my opinion, to come out here. This one to start with, I like this heifer. She is high quality. She's still got some stoutness, got some power. She's still very fresh in terms of her look. She's got some muscle. I like one to have that kind of foot size and bone density, still be clean about her joints, and really good the way she gets out and moves in terms of her balance. There's no doubt your heifer in second matches her in terms of depth of body, length of hip, and some of that body density that we talk about, but just slight differences in terms of freshness, in terms of her throat, down in her chest floor, and just a little tidier the way she ties together from her top of her shoulder into her top. But this is a big body, clean jointed, very, very, very athletic one that still gets out and goes good. That's a nice pair of high quality Angus we look and talk about. There's nothing wrong with this one here in third, and she's probably as feminine in terms of her front end as any within this class. When you talk about thinness of neck and freshness of condition, roundness to her rib, she just got just a little tighter in terms of just her hock and down in her pastern, where we just like to have her move a little bit better, and just didn't have quite to balance them two high quality ones right ahead of her. Very, very nice heifer. My compliments. Good class of fall heifers here at your Angus show.
All right, winning that class was Peyton Scott from Gordon, Nebraska with Laughlin's Galaxy 444, a Dignity heifer out of a KR Casino cow. And second in that class was RW Sarah's Dream by Team Melander Livestock of Belgrade, Nebraska. And third was Jacob Warner from Allen, Nebraska with HERB Miss Fontaine. We now have our senior calf champion female. Our first entry is Sagebrush Rita 1004 by Wendell Custer from Custer, Oklahoma. And the second class is our October's early senior heifer, exhibited again by Peyton Scott from Gordon.
As we get down here in this division, a good set of Angus cattle, and I just get so excited at some things they can do from a versatility standpoint. That same entry in that class, we talked about just her body shape and composition of her body is really good. The way she blends, not much muscle, still good for rib, good for leg. Maybe just soften her structure just a little in terms of the way she sets down, give her a little bit more extension, but a high quality female. The next pair that come out here of those heifers, I really like this one that wins that class. I think that is a very, very high quality heifer that's got some body density, has some soundness, cleanness of joints, very athletic in terms of the way she gets out and goes. Very, very nice heifer. And I think we closely follow with one very similar to her, not near as fresh as the one we go ahead and start with. But that pair will be granted reserve this division. Give them a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Yeah, and winning the senior heifers is Miss Peyton Scott on Laughlin's Galaxy 444, sired by BNWZ Dignity 8017. And reserve was RW Sarah's Dream 414 by Team Melander Livestock, Belgrade, Nebraska. Entering now, we'll have early summer yearling heifers born May 1st to June 30th of 2024. We should have 5 entries in this class.
Second place, entry 2323, BARG Glamorous 541N, exhibited by Harwood Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1125, BGB 555N, exhibited by Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. Results from your Balancer show. Your champion heifer calf goes to entry 3919, XXB Lebanon, exhibited by Cole Brooks of Bennett, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 2375, SEPT KKK Hellcat Melania N507, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Coming in next in your Balancer show will be Class 1409, late senior heifer calves. In our Angus arena, we've got Class 1114 early summer yearling heifers in the ring currently.
In the ring now, our early summer yearling heifers. We have from head to tail, as they came in, Addison Dalrymple from Arnold, Nebraska with a June 3rd. Wendell Custer from Cushing, Oklahoma with a June 12th. Addison Krause from Belgrade with a May 27th. L.J. Wells from Norfolk with a May 8th. And Key Arabermer from Fullerton, Nebraska with a May 7th. Again, if you judges late, our judge for today is Mr. Chad Holcamp from West Point, Iowa. Currently runs Holcamp Cattle Company and is marketing both purebred and club calf sales, has production sales, and is very nationally recognized. Judge shows including North American, Kansas City, Fort Worth, Denver, Cattlemen's Congress. Pretty well has been about everywhere. Chad won that. I know he was on a champion judging team at Oklahoma State when he judged himself, and started at Blackhawk East, and I know he won in Blackhawk too, from visiting with him some over the years. And he was originally inducted into the Blackhawk East Judging Hall of Fame, which is no small accomplishment. And a really nice set of early junior heifers. Early junior yearling heifers, excuse me.
Class 1411, first place goes to entry 3334, that is NAGW 1N Magnolia, exhibited by William Welch of Franklin, Nebraska. Show, we still have Class 1114 early summer yearling heifers. Someone we'd like to introduce and recognize is the American Angus Association Regional Manager, Will Harsh. He is out here in the ring tailing cattle currently. He's doing a very fine job for their association and representing their breed highly and professionally. If you have any questions about the Angus breed, please visit with Will, and I know he'd be happy to visit with you. Thank you, Will, for being with us here at the State Fair. Other exciting news in the Angus world. The Nebraska Angus Tour Golf Tournament is coming up September 21st. This will be their first annual event. It's a 3-person scramble for $150 a team. Taking the first 15 teams, pre-registration is required. Check in at 9 to 9:30 a.m. If you have any questions, please come up here and get some more information on the first annual Nebraska Angus Tour Golf Tournament.
Nice pair of heifers here, and there's some differences on symmetry and just balance. I think the heifer that wins, I think does so pretty easily.
Results in your Balancer show, Class 14-13. First place went to 3457, SEPT Marvelletta May M416M, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. And results from Class 14-15. First place goes to entry 3348, WLSS XXB Malibu, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Second place in that class goes to 3832 XXB Miss 308/444M, exhibited by Megan Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska.
This cost us a scratch.
Coming in now, we've got our champion intermediate heifer and reserve champion intermediate heifer selection in our Balancer show.
Over here on the Angus side, really good class. And I think we have differences to talk about. And you've just got to stay true to yourself in terms of your heart of how you like those cattle. Now we could probably pick apart a little bit on each spot. We'll talk about some of the things that I see and in terms of where we're looking at. To me, still, the one I start with is still truest in terms of her body. I like cattle that have balance, have some power, have some dimension, but she still has natural in terms of that lower third of her rib shape. In terms of that turn, she's real good in terms of true from her fore rib back to her rear rib and flank. She's big-footed. She gets around the ring, really good in terms of just having enough step and reach. Now, for me, when I first looked at her, I just look and I'd like to see her a little cleaner in terms of her rear hock. She's got just a little bit more size in terms of her joint than maybe I'd like to see, but she's level and square and everything fits together. She's not the littlest necked, but you get these big-bodied ones that still transition good like she does. She's a good place to land and start and just more my kind in terms of where we go and land with. There is things about this one in second that can get you really wound up. She's very attractive in terms of her head. When she's put together from the side view, there's no doubt that this is a heifer within the class because she neck comes up out of her shoulder. She's very attractive. I love the length to her hip, the squareness and width and power she does have. For me, she's a little dried out in that lower third of her body and still just slightly upright in terms of her hock to the ground, in terms of the angle to her hind leg I'd like to see. I like a lot of things of the freshness of the one here in third. She's good in terms of that rear rib and flank and bounces up really well. There's a couple things for me as we go here. I've just got to see her a little better from her shoulder to her fore rib for her to go ahead and compete up there. But that's a high-quality one that's presented really well to us. It does a good job. There's no doubt we got a big-haired, good-looking one comes out here next. They take a lot of pride and did a good job with her, and I like her robustness to the upper part of her rib, her dimension. She bounces up pretty well. For me, though, it's just a structure issue, a little bit of muscle. She's too upright in terms of her front shoulder. I'd like to see more flex and softness to her hind leg, but I can appreciate, again, for one that's presented well, that has that kind of quality, just a really good class. Big, stout, powerful one comes out here next, and maybe not as sharply clipped as a couple of the other cattle ahead of there, but she's got some power, she's got some dimension. For her to be a little more competitive, I got to clean her up in her rear hock, set her down in terms of her pasterns just a little nicer. But she has the size, the power, the dimension of the other cattle within the class. Just a really nice class of Angus cattle to look and sort.
Results in your Balancer Champion Intermediate Division. Your champion goes to entry 3348, WLSS XXB Malibu, exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 3457, SEPT Marveletta May M14, exhibited by Bo Gottschall of Stewart, Nebraska. Results in our Angus class on the south side of the arena, class 1114. First place goes to entry 194. That's Dal Porto Sandy, 4580, exhibited by Addison Dalrymple of Arnold, Nebraska. Second place goes to 3639, Dal Porto Sandy, 4547, exhibited by Kira Bremer of Fullerton, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 2559, BJSC Carrot Lady 304M, exhibited by LJ Wells of Norfolk, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 4934, MLA/BLC Proven Queen 2459, exhibited by Addison Kraus of Belgrade, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 189, 360 Pure Pride 4108, exhibited by Wendell Custer of Cushing, Oklahoma. In the ring now in the Angus show, we are selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate champions.
Thank you, Jake. Excellent class over here again in your Angus division. We've got 4 really nice heifers. There's a very nice heifer that's got a lot of quality to start with. I think she's very, very attractive as you get off her on the side. She's good moving. She maintains that balance really well. You know, I think it's impressive for one to be that fresh in terms of shape and still have some dimension, some rib to her as you get there. Just a beautiful patterned heifer that does some things, and we'll talk about some more. The one in second, and I still like this kind of cattle. When she gets out and moves, she moves with some authority. She's very athletic. She's very powerful. She's very dimensional, however you want to say that. She's a little plainer in terms of her head and neck and maybe not as fresh in terms of condition as her class winner. But to me, that's still good cattle. I still like some things that she represents. And, just from a soundness and a power and a dimension standpoint, going to make a heck of a nice cow. There's no doubt the one in third is going to make a really nice cow as well. She's awesome in terms of her center body, has some length and extension to her in that standpoint. For me, it just gets to be in terms of her hind leg, the way she's built in terms of her hock. She wants to keep it out there a little too much when when we go around and put her in motion. But that's a really good Angus female that does a lot of good things. There's a closer decision, and I know we didn't necessarily talk them that way, but the close decision in that class was between second and third. I think you've got some gives and takes. I'm just more of a soundness guy, and where one puts together in terms of hind leg a little better than one I chose to go in second. Another stout, powerful one here comes in fourth. She's got some width, got some dimension. There again, just a little longer in terms of shape to her toe. I'd like to reconform her there and give her a little more flexibility. But again, nice class in your Angus show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results in your Angus show, class 1116, late junior yearlings. First place goes to entry 3510, UDE Blackbird 4020, exhibited by Addison Grodelshin of Columbus, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1824, Bar S Elizane 4100, exhibited by Melander Livestock of Belgrade, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1017, KR Queen 4412, exhibited by Harper Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 806, PVF Proven Queen 4045, exhibited by Brianna Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. In the ring now is class 1120, early junior yearling heifers.
Okay, a little catch up on the Angus side on that last late junior yearling heifer class. They threw the two classes together. They had a March junior yearling by herself. Winning that class was Addison Grotolution with UDE Blackbird 4020. Second in that class went to Melander Livestock Belgrade Bar S Eliza Ann 4100. Third in that class was Harper Scott from Gordon with KR Queen 4412. And fourth in that class, Brianna Brown with PBF Proven Queen 4045. In the ring now we have the early junior yearling heifers. January and February, there are 5 entries in this class. We've got Braxton Reardon, Ryan Brenner, Circle B Livestock, Amari Bowman, and Tara Lee Hudson. And this is early junior yearling heifers on our side, born in January and February of 24.
In our Angus show, we've got a couple other announcements. The 2025 Angus Tour will be happening September 21st through the 23rd. They've got a lot of really good stops. They're going to be kind of in the north-central portion of Nebraska, up in the northern Sandhills. Please check out for more information on the Angus Tour, September 21st through the 23rd. Come up and talk to one of the Angus secretary up here. Raise your hand and wave to the crowd. She'll have all the information available for the Angus Tour coming up. Results in your Balancer show, Class 1421. First place goes to entry 4862. The animal's name is Zorro, exhibited by Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 3827. XXB Miss Ice 424M, exhibited by Paige Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1502. Bose M602 Merit, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 2469, Bose M604, exhibited by Steinkruger Farms of Upland, Nebraska. Coming in the ring now in our Balancer show, we've got Class 1423, January Junior Yearling Heifers, born January of 2024.
Boy, another good, really good class here in the Angus show, and they just get excited, fired up. You've got just differences of of quality cattle to look and go. And, these two heifers probably as they get out here, and I think the third one probably could get right up here and talk with these two. But, it makes it interesting because they do some things that maybe you don't think they're going to do when you ask them to go. But the one I choose to start with, I think she's just a proud heifer. Her neck comes up high to her shoulder. She still ties in good, transitions well. She's got some fullness to her midsection, has some width, has some power. For me, as she first gets out here, she got just a little higher in terms of her tailhead. I'd like to drop her down to her tailhead, and at times she gets just a little bit, I'd like to relax her or hock a little. But she's big-footed, got some bone, got some true power for one that's still, I think, fresh in terms of condition. I think those are some things that allow her to go ahead and win the class from that standpoint. The one in second, I think she was probably, got a little more to her, but I think she's still fresh, and I like her center body, and I think she's the female in terms of center body you want to tie to. But for me, as I look and study her angles, I thought when she would go, I thought she would be the one to actually give me the look. But when I got her in motion, she got a little dropped in terms of her loin, a little tight there. And if I could just get her a little more seamless in terms of her balance when we put her in motion, I think it'd be most comfortable, would be the one to start the class. But then when we take that away from her, she become a little bit more refined in terms of, her bone and set down. But a nice pair and a good set of cattle. This one in third's a high-quality heifer, too. She doesn't have the hair coat, the one right ahead of her. Her neck still comes up high. She's still got a proud look to her. She becomes just a little flatter in terms of her shape, a little shorter in terms of body, a little shorter hipped relative to the two ahead of her, but still a very, very nice heifer. Big Stouty comes out here next. She has got dimension and power, and I can appreciate a lot of those things about them. She gets underneath herself and gets a little extra wide in terms of her movement. I'd like to have her contain and control herself a little better when she gets on the go, maybe back her off some condition, but she's got some doability. We have a hard time picking on them for that standpoint. Heifer coming out here next. She's very feminine, very refined and thin about her neck. I like that about her. She's probably as nice in terms of flatness of shoulder into her forerib of any of the ones cattle out here, but she gets a little too out in terms of her hock, gets underneath herself a little bit more, doesn't have the power dimension of the cattle right ahead of there, but again, very nice female and a very nice Angus class. Congratulations to those Angus exhibitors.
Catching up on results in your Angus show, Class 1120, first place goes to entry 4820. That is MC Missy 4014, exhibited by Circle B Livestock, LLC of Albion, Nebraska. Second place, entry 889, 4M Princess 2449, exhibited by Braxton Reinierson of Broken Bow, Nebraska. Third place, entry 5232, Collison Georgina 456, exhibited by Ryan Brenner of Mapleton, Iowa. Fourth place, entry 3677, Baldco Patricia 104, exhibited by Tara Lee Hudson of Belvedere, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 3602, Bear Mountain Jamie, exhibited by Emery Bowman of York, Nebraska. Catching up on your Balancer show placings from Class 1423, we've got first place going to entry 2085. That is XXB Miss Block Party 415M, exhibited by Kaylin Riesland of Pleasanton, Nebraska. And second place, entry 3829 XXB Miss Shooter 400M, exhibited by Grant Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. In the Balancer show, we will now be selecting our champion junior yearling heifer and reserve champion junior heifer. In the Angus arena, we'll be selecting our junior champion female and reserve junior champion female.
We get over here on your Angus division. Boy, it's fun judging Angus cattle when you bring them out and look like they do here, and the quality that you expect to see at a major type state fair in the Midwest here of quality and kind. Both these two heifers are very similar. I could talk about them in terms of a pair. I think they've got a good look, and I'll talk about that one to come out of that last class. He gets her set up. She gives you such a good look from the side. She's still very attractive up at her front end, true in terms of her rib shape, got foot bone, has some muscle. They still done a good job of keeping her fresh in terms of condition. I would drop her down her tail head a little bit, tweak her a little in terms of her hock, but that's still a very, very high quality heifer that had a very good second place behind her. Young lady's heifer in that class before, she's got some big hair, but she's still fresh and attractive and just feminine in terms of her look, has some body. Has some good build. She's very flexible. I like her in terms of just foot size, in terms of her hock. You would, if I get in there, I'd maybe like to see her just a little wider in terms of pin placement and a little longer in terms of her hip. But her freshness, her kind, her quality definitely marks what I like. So she'll be champion of this division. Congratulations. Give her a nice round of applause.
Results in your Balancer show. Your champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry 4862. The name of the animal is Zorro, exhibited by Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. And your reserve champion from that division goes to entry 1991 SEPT What Comes Next M407, exhibited by Elizabeth Barnsberger of Hampton, Nebraska. In your Angus show, from your junior champion female division, your champion goes to entry 3510 UDE Blackbird 4020, exhibited by Addison Grotlushin of Columbus, Nebraska. And your reserve champion goes to entry 4820 MC Missy 4014, exhibited by Circle B Livestock LLC of Albion, Nebraska. In the ring now in our Angus show, we've got class 1126 early senior yearling heifers. And in your Balancer show on the north side of the arena, we are selecting our grand champion Balancer female. In the south side of the arena in your Angus show, results from Class 1126, and this will also be your senior champion female and reserve senior champion female. Champion goes to entry 5338, Conley FRKG Queen Meg 3000, exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 891, Dalporto Missy 3620, exhibited by Braxton Reinierson of Broken Bow, Nebraska.
Out here, as he just talked about these two in division being our senior champions, a pair of nice heifers, but there is no doubt in my mind when one walks in here that still has the presence, the look, the power, the dimension of this young lady's heifer. One grabs your attention really fast. I think she's just got a lot of good to her in terms of just some of those things I talked about. Not only is she just proud and distinct in terms of her look, but like I say, still has some dimension, has some power, has some shape, just a really good heifer. Just times you'd maybe just transition her a little better or smooth her up from her shoulder to the top side of her into her top, but boy, that's still a very, very nice heifer. Good heifer that gets reserved in this division. She's big-bodied, she's cowish, she's full in terms of her flank. For me, just not as fresh, has a little bit of that forward chest that wants to throw her out of balance a little, but still a very high-quality female, makes a nice pair in that division. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
We would like to introduce and recognize our Nebraska Angus Princess, Zoe Melander. Zoe, are you here ringside? Can you give a big wave to the crowd? This is your 2025 Nebraska.
Okay, coming in now, we'll have our champion Angus heifer drive representing the junior heifer calves, be Cisco Brothers Livestock, with a 24-carat daughter, SB Made Right 508. Our senior heifer calves be Peyton Scott from Gordon, Nebraska, with Laughlin's Galaxy 444, a BNWZ Dignity, also out of a Casino Cow. Our intermediate champion will be Addison Dalrymple with a Dalporto Sandy 4508 side by PV FDL Kingpin. Winning the early junior yearling heifers is Addison Grolution with UDE Blackbird 4020, and your senior champion is Hadley Hartman with Conley FRKG Queen Meg 3000. Again, our judge for today is Mr. Chad Holkamp from West Point, Iowa.
Your reserve grand champion Balancer female goes entry 4862. Animal's name is Zorro, exhibited by Neil Moss of Brimney, Nebraska. We'll be taking a short break for grand and reserve grand champion female pictures, and then we'll be coming back in our Balancer show with our cow count class.
What's that? Yep.
Attention Angus exhibitors. The champion Nebraska bred and owned will be selected after the grand champion female drive. So if you were Nebraska bred and owned, we'll be doing that show after the selection of the grand champion Angus female representing the red and purple.
Man, what a fun set of Angus cattle to look at. I tell you, when you come to, you come anywhere and you come to a state fair and you expect to see top end, and you've got top end. You've got not only this state but nationally competitive quality cattle out here. It's fun to see them. And I know a lot of the grassroots of the Angus breeders in the state of Nebraska, have what I call dual purpose, not just strictly show heifers, but kind that I can relate to just to be cows and go out and produce either bulls or heifers and do a good job. I know we do a lot of flushing, but in this industry, but I think these are cattle that have substance that can do both and need to do both as we have them and move forward. Just fun to look at them. You know, I'm going to talk about each one of these just a little bit because I do believe you need some transparency in terms of what somebody's seeing where he wants to, because you could do some other things, but also, you know, I think we need to talk about how good they are and how fun they are to look at. This young heifer might be immature, but I tell you, she takes a backseat to none of them in terms of one that is structurally sound and correct. When she gets out and goes, she's the epitome of balance and athleticism when you make them go. Now, she gets a little more immature, doesn't have quite that muscle body as some of the cattle behind her, but I'm telling you, that heifer won that division very easily. She's a high-end quality heifer to get out there. Next young lady's heifer come in here. When I seen her in class, I migrated to her really well. I think she's one as some of the traits we talk about and some of the other cattle has talked about body density, shapeliness, and some dimensions. She does that in a very, very attractive package. I like the way she ties together. Everything fits together. She's not as little necked as some of the ones there behind them, but it's proportional. It fits together. Her foot size is big for this age and development. I think she does some things really well. There's times I'd like to see her set down a little more even on her hind two. She naturally wants to come in just a little, but still a very, very high quality heifer. That intermediate division, the Mays and Junes, that was a tough class. That was very, very competitive. And the one I chose that went over the other one was a big-bodied, stout Cowie one. One had some muscle, had some power to her, still fit together in terms of look. You know, I tweaked her and I still would probably change her rear hock a little bit just to clean her joints up a little if we could. But boy, she's stout, robust, and does some things really well. The big-haired fresh one comes out next. The young lady has very, very attractive in terms of her side profile. Her head, her neck into her chest floor. That chest floor back to her rear rib and flank balances up really well. She maybe doesn't have the foot size to match her body up high, but she's still good in terms of her flexibility, her step. I like her in terms of her rear hock and joint. Now, she's one as I get there and as we look and talk about, I still would like to give her a little more thickness there from her hooks to her pins as she goes there, but still they've done a nice job of not only taking care of that one to keep her fresh and mobile, but still have her show ring ready here today to look good. Then we get down to the senior yearling, you know, and one that I think is probably as unique of female as we've had out here. One, she has the look to match some of the rest of them, but boy, that's just a true power cow. She's big-footed, she's heavy muscle, she's still bold in terms of her rib. I like that about her. You know, we could maybe just have her tie a little nicer and neater from her shoulder there into her forerib, into her top, but just one with that kind of power, she just commands your attention you like and does some things there. So with that, I think we have some really good choices you could go with. I'm comfortable with the one that I'm going to send out here to the Champion Supreme lineup tomorrow. I think it's going to be a lot of good. So folks, put your hands together. I'll get you a Champion Angus female.
Hey, Grand Champion Angus female, Hadley Hartman on Conley fricking Queen Meg 3000. Sired by Conley DS Clear Cut 0501. Pulling in and reserve. Reserve will be Addison Grodelution from Platte Center, Nebraska, on UDE Blackbird 4020. Sired by Colbin Primo, 5153. And congratulations to everybody. Like Chad said, that was a really, really nice set of Angus heifers out there. Looks like we're not.
Results from your Angus show. Your Grand Champion Angus female goes entry 5338. That's Conley FRKG Mac Queen Meg 3000, exhibited by Hadley Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve Grand Champion female goes entry 3510. That's UDE Blackbird 4020, exhibited by of Columbus, Nebraska. The north side of the arena from your Balancer cow class 1429. First place goes to entry 2383. That is SEPT, Promise to Kiss, exhibited by
Over to Angus Ring, I'll just go real quick here. We've got Nebraska bred and an impressive lineup, and some of the same heifers that were just out here in the division here for overall. So it says quite a bit for there, and I wasn't really worried about that. I know we're just picking one champion. She was competitive in that group, so she will be champion right here. Congratulations to this young lady. Give her a nice round of applause.
Results from your balancer class, 1435 February bull calves. First place goes to entry 2321. That is BARG Resilient 6N ET, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2320. BARG Triple Crown 340N ET, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1126. DGD 576N, exhibited by Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. In the ring now in our balancer show is class 1437 January bull calves.
So if he needs a mic.
Results from your Nebraska bred and owned division. Your champion female goes to entry 194, Dalporto Sandy 4580, exhibited by Addison Dalrymple of Arnold, Nebraska. Congratulations to you. And we'll be taking a quick break for pictures in our Angus show as our judges at the backdrop. And then we'll roll on to our Angus Bull show.
Very nice trio of bulls here.
Results from your Balancer Bull Show, Class 1437 January Bull Calves. First place goes to entry 1507. That is Bose 335L, Easy Money, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 2319, BARG Aftershock 098NET, exhibited by Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 1124, ARDR 505N, exhibited by Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. We will now be selecting our bull calf champion and bringing out the first and seconds from the previous three classes. In the Angus arena, we do have to finish our female division. This is our cow-calf pair class, class 1128. Results from your Balancer Bull Show. Your champion bull calf goes to entry 2378, SEPT Adrenaline N512, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. And your reserve champion bull calf goes to entry 1507, Bose 335L Easy Money, exhibited by Easton Bose of Orleans, Nebraska. Coming in the Balancer Bull Show next, we'll have class 1443 late summer yearling bulls. We've got 2 single entries in that division. Both will be first place. And now we will be selecting our champion intermediate and reserve champion intermediate bull in our Balancer Bull Show.
Out here in the cow-calf, I think we've got some give and take and, some things we'd like on both of them in terms of positives, but, some differences I have, and you talk about these cattle and you pick them in terms of longevity. When she gets out and moves in terms of her structure, her feet, the way she's put together, she's good at her. You got a big stout calf on her. I would like to see her be more dense bodied like our reserve champion cow, but she's working hard. She still has femininity, and I just see more longevity in her being a 3-year-old over the next cow. Now, first in, I like the mass and the power of this one here that comes in second. But she's just a little tentative, a little longer in terms of her foot, in terms of where she's had her feet trimmed, you can tell. I just would like to see her naturally go just a little easier. She did have a heifer calf that was a little nicer, that did do better within that division, so that makes it a challenge as well. But nice pair, could go either way. I chose to use the femininity, longevity, the one there first. So congratulations to those exhibitors.
In your Angus show from Class 1128, your Angus cow-calf pair class, first place goes to entry 4556. That is Bear Mountain, Mrs. Jamie, 2725, exhibited by Hubner Angus Ranch of Hershey, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 810, PVF Proven Queen, 2003, exhibited by Jasmine Brown of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Now we'll be starting our Angus Bull Show, and the ring now is Class 1132, late junior bull calves born March of 2025.
Bulls out here for this division.
As we get over here, start on our Angus Bull Show, and young lady, good way to start. This here is a high-quality animal. He has got some look. He's got some power. He's still got some rib and dimension. He's just young, but he's got a lot of quality. Good way to start. Thank you for bringing a quality bull to get us going.
Results from your Balancer Bull Show. Your champion intermediate bull goes to entry 2377, SEPT Reckon So, M415, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Your reserve champion bull in that division goes to entry 3350, WLSS XXB Black Mamba, exhibited by Brinley Albert of Guide Rock, Nebraska. In our Angus show, starting our bull classes. From Class 1132, late junior bull calves, first place goes to entry 2520, MOE Onward 2550, exhibited by William Moeller of Grand Island, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 1134, Early junior bull calves born January 1st to February 29th of 2025. Results from your Balancer Bull Show from Class 1449, and this will also be your champion junior yearling bull. That goes to entry 1853 KRE Magnum M14, exhibited by Kenley Eckloff of Aurora, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion junior yearling bull goes to entry 546 IFYKYK. I think that's if you know, you know. Goes to J.J. Beeler of Orleans, Nebraska. Coming in now, we will be selecting our grand champion and our reserve grand champion Balancer bull.
We get this class of Angus, we got 4 nice individuals that give us some stoutness and power. To me, the bull to start with is just foot size, circumference, structural integrity, and just the way he gets out with his extra length of body and power just becomes a logical place to start. I chose to use a little bigger frame bull with a little bit extra growth and dimension to him. I like his extra length of body. You talk about his short tail, maybe doesn't balance up quite as well. I think he needs probably just a little more quarter, but he's got some profile, some smoothness that we'd like there really well. Next bull coming out, a very heavy muscled, stout, muscular bull. But part of that with his extra shape and rib shape, he has a lot of doability. Just opens up a little more in terms of his shoulder. I'd like to tie him in a little better as he comes out of there. But a good individual. Next one, very similar to him, just a little more rigid in terms of structure. Not near the muscle of the bull right ahead of him, but still a very good individual.
Okay, winning that last class is Emily Yowell, DeWitt, Nebraska, with KCC Maverick, 5202. She was also second in that class with VYCC Good Time Man, 5109. Coming in now, we have our junior bull calf champion.
Here at our Angus Bull Show, I think it's just a good trio of bulls to look at. We had the younger calf coming out here, and it doesn't give up anything in terms of quality. He probably matches in terms of his maturity for his age, as many of any of them, but I like his quality and kind. A little more refined in terms of foot size, but that's probably a maturity issue as well. The next bull, a bigger, longer, big-footed, sound, good in his angles, very attractive, a stout, powerful bull. I like him probably best to win this division. Congratulations to her with him. And I think reserve gets a little different. We've got the maturity difference, but I like the quality of the calf there to be reserved for the little guys. So congratulations, give him a hand.
Results in your Balancer Bull Show. Your grand champion Balancer Bull at the 2025 Nebraska State Fair goes to entry 1853 KRE Magnum M14, exhibited by Kenley Eckhoff of Aurora, Nebraska. Your reserve grand champion Balancer Bull goes to entry 2378 SEPT Adrenaline N512, exhibited by Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Congratulations to all of you Balancer exhibitors.
All right, that calf champion was our junior yearling champion. Calf champion was exhibited by Emily Yowell of DeWitt, Nebraska on KCC Maverick. Reserve went to William Moeller from Grand Island, Nebraska on MOE Onward 2550. In the ring now, we have a single entry class born March 7th, 2024 from Epperson Cattle Company, Loretto, Missouri, with a March 7th.
In our Balancer Show, we'll be taking a quick photo break and commence the showing later on the north side.
Very high quality Angus bull brought out to us in this age division, but boy, he has got quality and good. He's clean in terms of his line, stout and powerful in terms of top and hip, still good at his feet when he meets the ground. You ask him to go, he maintains that balance well. Just a very good individual. Congratulations.
Results from your Angus Bull Class 1146 March Junior Yearling Bulls. First place goes to entry 2946. That is MSC 24K King of Style, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. Coming in the ring now will be Class 1148. These are early junior yearling bulls born January 1st to February 28th of 2024.
Boy, very high class of Angus bulls, and it feels kind of awkward at times to take the high growth, high performing bull, put him third in the class, but we've just got three nice ones to look and talk about. This one to go ahead and start with, I think he's got some uniqueness that I like about one in terms of you talking about something that we're looking in terms of a show bull today, but also is how you're going to take him, how you're going to breed him, how you're going to match him back up and make him do some things. And where I think he's very unique is he's still real sound in terms of his structure, got some reach, got some push. He's still good in terms of rib shape, but he's so long and extended up there in his front end. He gives you just a flawless, balanced look as you watch him and get to go. Now, there's times in motion I maybe like to tie him together a little right there behind his shoulders and his forerib, but I do like that bull quite a little bit. This bull here I like just as well, too. He's a little rounder, a little more shapely, not as hairy, but he's square in terms of his hip. He's not as pronounced in terms of length of front end, doesn't meet me as well from the hock to the ground as my class winner, but it's still a very, very high-quality bull nonetheless. Boy, you talk about a pound-getting, big, stout, burly, body-dense one that's still got some size, performance, some doability to him. That is this guy in third. Now, for me, he's not as sharp in his lines, obviously, in terms of look as far as a show bull, but there's still a lot of versatility. I know he's just going to be third here today and maybe out in terms of division, but boy, that one's got a lot of good to him, and that's just a high-quality class of 3 Angus bulls. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 1148 in your Angus Early Junior Yearling Bull Show. First place goes to entry 1019. That is KR Creed 4089, exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 1022. That is KR Career 4090, exhibited by Krebs Ranch of Gordon, Nebraska. And third place goes to entry 820. That is SR Jameson 429, exhibited by Matthias Schulte of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our junior champion bull.
Boy, very impressive lineup of Angus bulls, and I think they've got some good, got some look, and and sometimes you get in your Angus bull show, but I mean these guys have got quality, and I want to try to say that in a positive light because all three of these I think are high quality, got some competitiveness to them. Have some things you can go home and breed cows to and upgrade a genetic package and look and still make some show cattle. The one out of that first division, he's still really good looking. He's clean sheath. He's shapely in terms of muscle. If we could, maybe just a little in terms of just hock to the ground as well in terms of his structure, but I think he balanced up pretty well. The one come out of second class, I talked about him being very unique, to be that long-bodied, that good-looking, and that flexible and underneath himself in a good way in terms of structure. He's one I like really well. Congratulations to this young lady. Give her a hand. She'll be our champion. I'll take a look at those others, and we'll get you a reserve.
In the Angus show, your junior champion bull goes to entry 1019. That is KR Creed 4089, exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. Catching up on some Gelbvieh and Balancer group classes. From your Get a Sire class, first place goes to Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 5465. That is J.J. Beeler of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 2328. Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 5467. That is Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. In the ring now, we're selecting our Produce of Dam class in our Gelbvieh Balancer group classes. Results in your Angus Bull division. Your junior reserve champion bull goes to entry 1022 KR Career 4090, exhibited by Krebs Ranch of Gordon, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. In the Angus show, we'll be bringing in class 1154. These are 2-year-old bulls born January 1st to April 30th of 2023.
Single entry here in our our senior is what I meant to say. Very masculine bull, and I think, some of them, even at this age, you get more, but them bulls need to have some masculinity to the top of their neck. This one still ties in good. He's thick and powerful. Probably dropping down his tail head just a little for me to be near ideal, but still high quality, good bull. Congratulations.
Results in your Balancer and Gelbvieh Produce a Dam. First place goes to Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Second place to Kaylin Riesland of Pleasanton, Nebraska. Third place goes to Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. And fourth place goes to Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Next, in the group classes, we'll be having our pair of calves in our Gelbvieh and Balancer show. And results in our Angus Bull Show, Class 1154, 2-year-old bulls. First place goes to entry 2949, Valley Oaks Fortune 3165, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. That will also be your senior champion bull in that division. Now in our Angus arena, we'll be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Angus bulls.
Again, I talked about it there in your heifer lineup of your Angus exhibitors. Boy, those cattle were high quality and good. And the top end of this bull show is real good. And I think you talk about pick a Supreme Champion bull here sometime later. You want to make sure you've got one that has some quality. You want to bring them out here, and you want to parade yourself out in front of a lot of other breeders and exhibitors in terms of what we've got. But proud of the Angus breed. You've done a good job of putting muscle in them cattle through the years here. Again, they still have the look, have body. These bulls are all really good-footed and built like they're supposed to. So your champion reserve this division, I think it's going to go there. I think we've got the one individual I sure like a lot. Very good bull. Congratulations. Give that young lady a nice round of applause. He'll be our champion.
Your Grand Champion Angus Bull goes to entry 1019. That is KR Creed 4089, exhibited by Peyton Scott of Gordon, Nebraska. And your Reserve Grand Champion Angus Bull goes to entry 1022. That is KR Career 4090, exhibited by Krebs Ranch of Gordon, Nebraska. Congratulations.
Yep, and the Krebs Ranch sweep the champion Peyton Scott's bull KR Creed, sired by PBF DLX Kingpin. And reserve going to KR Career 4090, also the Krebs Ranch bull, sired by 8N Academy. And that is the end of our Angus show. I believe we'll be rolling into our Charolais here shortly after a picture break, and we will pick this back up in a couple minutes if you're watching with our Charolais show.
First classes of Charolais females to the show ring. Results from your Gelbvieh and Balancer group class. This are the results of your pair of calves. First place goes to Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Second place to Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Third place to Easton Bowes of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place to Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. Fifth place to William Welsh of Franklin, Nebraska. Sixth place to Anthony Deibler of Mullen, Nebraska. Seventh place to Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. And eighth place to Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors. We also have more pair classes. This will be your pair of yearlings. We'll now be selecting our pair of yearlings in our Gelbvieh and Balancer group classes. Results in your Gelbvieh Balancer group classes. This is a pair of yearlings. First place goes to Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Second place to Tom Murphy of Franklin, Nebraska. Third place to Paige Walahoski of Overton, Nebraska. And fourth place to Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. We have one more group class, class 1468. This is the Gelbvieh and Balancer breeder group. I've got to tip my hat and commend the Gelbvieh and Angus breeder, or Gelbvieh and Balancer breeders, for bringing so many group classes. It's been many, many years since I've seen this many group classes. Good job, guys. Good job. Results in your Gelbvieh and Balancer group class, class 1468. This is your breeders group. First place goes to Tom Murphy, Franklin, Nebraska. Second placed, entry 2329. That is Barwick Gelbvieh of Orleans, Nebraska. They sure got a good cheering section up there. And third place goes to entry 4871, Neil Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Congratulations to all the Gelbvieh and Balancer breeders for putting on a great show in our North Arena today. Coming up next in our North Arena, we'll be having our Miniature Hereford show. It'll start here shortly. We're starting to bring up some of the Miniature Herefords. And in our South Arena, we'll be starting our Charolais show here very, very quickly. Got a few pictures to take at the backdrop with the judges, so we'll be getting underway here real soon. Miniature Herefords, please start bringing your entries to the show arena. On the south side of the arena, we are starting our Charolais show. Serving as our judge is Chad Holtkamp of Iowa. In the ring now, we've got class 1202, spring heifer calves born March 1st, 2025 or after.
Okay. So on your program for the minis,
It's a very challenging class of purebred Charolais heifers to go ahead and start with, and we've got some things to talk about. But and I just think from a balance, keeping the same things in line in terms of balance and structure. Some of those things that are very, very important to me. And I think just from a balance standpoint, this heifer wins the class because she's still round in her ribs, still has enough quarter to balance out her shoulder from the side. You put her in motion, she maintains that balance in kind really well. I like the way she proportions as well. There's times it just could soften her just a little in terms of structure in there, but I do like just the way she's got some power and mass that you're to expect in this breed. The heifer in second, I think she fits there, and you argued her in my mind in terms of being the class winner because of her flexibility and her looseness of her skeleton. And a positive, she's good in terms of her center body. But, I just think we got to keep enough width and power in these Charolais cattle just to have enough dimension. Really good looking one in third. There's no doubt about it. She's very attractive in terms of her head and her neck. Still has some shape. To me, she gets a little more cut up in terms of her flank, needs a little more quarter and stifle to give her some balance. But she's just immature. She's still high quality. Those three cattle are very, very nice.
Results in our first class of Charolais heifers, class 1202, spring heifer calves. First place goes to entry 2627 J Bar T BC Sunny 506N, exhibited by J Bar T Benish Cattle of Juniata, Nebraska. Second place, entry 2344 BCR Sophia 509, exhibited by Ben Clement of Valparaiso, Nebraska. And third place, entry 4822 Circle B Femme not N2, exhibited by Circle B Livestock LLC of Albion, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now on our south arena is class 1202. These are junior heifer calves born January 1st to February 28th, 2025. The north side of our arena, we need to bring our first class of miniature Herefords to the show ring, please. Serving as our judge in our miniature Hereford show is Jake Bloomberg. Coming in the north arena, class 1702 spring heifer calves born March 1st, 2025 and after. We have two single entries in our spring heifer miniature Hereford classes. Those will each be first in their class, and we'll be selecting our champion junior heifer calf.
If you've just joined us, we're starting the show. We're in the second class of Charolais. Our first class winner, J Bar T Benish Cattle from J Bar T from Juanita won that class. In the ring now is class 2 early junior heifers, January and February. Our judge for today is Mr. Chad Holkamp from West Point, Iowa.
Over at your Charolais side, nice trio as we look to talk about them, but the one that wins, there's no doubt about her. She's the one that does win the class. She's really good in terms of at the ground, in terms of the way her foot meets the surface. She's square. From that standpoint, she's flexible. She gets out and go. You back off her, look at her from the side. She is long necked. She's good in terms of true in her rib shape for her age and for her maturity. I like that about her. That's a very, very good heifer to go ahead and start with, and we can can appreciate that. Second and third get a little bit closer, but we do have some distinct differences in terms of structure, foot quality, and the way one moves out here in this one in second. She's just better in terms of the way she sits down in her rear pastern, truer in terms of her mobility. She's a round-bodied, heavy-muscled one, not near as attractive as her class winner, but still a very nice individual. I like the extra growth of this one in third. She's long-bodied, she's heavy-muscled, but she's just a little shorter in terms of her toes, gets a little tighter in terms of her pastern, just doesn't want to be as natural as she gets out here and goes off her hind two as we'd like to see. But again, Charolais breeders bringing us 3 very nice heifers that have some muscle, have some power.
Results in your... Go ahead, Jake. Go ahead.
Class 2 January and February heifer calves winning the class Dibdell Charolais from Newcastle, Nebraska, with a February 22nd entry in DC NBCC Nancy 5199. Second in that class goes to Elson Cooper with Fly Breezy Cowgirl 515, and third also to Elson Cooper with Fly Breezy Cowgirl 525. In the ring now is our junior calf champion female. Representing her first class is J. Barty from J. Barty Gala from Juanita, Nebraska, and class 2 heifer we just saw, Ty Dibdall Charolais from Newcastle, Nebraska.
Selecting our junior calf champion female. Catching up on results from our miniature Hereford show. In your first division, your champion junior heifer calf goes to entry 1478, double K Iggy, K133, exhibited by Carly Biddle of Walcott, Iowa. And reserve in that division goes to entry 1479, double K Genie B, K127 ET, exhibited by Carly Biddle of Walcott, Iowa. First place in class 1706, winner heifer calves, goes to entry 381. That is SS Miss Piccadilly, exhibited by Judy K. Split of North Platte, Nebraska. In the ring now in our miniature Hereford show is class 1708 senior heifer calves born September 1st to October 31st of 2024.
Out here, new Charolais show, boy, what a nice pair of cattle to look and talk about. And as we're going to discuss these things, and I get so excited, and I do enjoy Charolais cattle and the better end of them. And the Charolais cattle were the first ones to teach me that you can have power and mass and still be a heck of a good cow. I've seen that firsthand do a really good job. One out of that first class where I think she is so good for this size and stage, for one that's heavy muscled, that big and bold in her rib for her age. She still ties in really good in terms of tight. I get a little hung up at times. I'd like to give her a little bit more softness to her rear hock, but she's still a very good female. It's got a lot of good to her. I like the one. She's overpowering in her class as we come back out here, that one that won that second class. She's really long-fronted. She's big-footed, heavy boned. She's very flexible. She gets out and moves. Now, standing there, we'd maybe give her just a little more full rib and a little more fullness as she blends front to back. But she's still a very high-quality female that's got a huge future to her. But for me, in terms of how I like those things, in terms of body, muscle, still smoothness, that heifer right there would be champion this division. Congratulations.
Our calf champion exhibited by J. Barty. Cattle from Juanita, Nebraska, J. Barty, BC Sunny 506N. Reserve was exhibited by Dibdell Charolais in Newcastle, DC NBCC Nancy 5199. Entering the ring now, we have a single entry class, Claire Schnelly from DeWitt, Nebraska, with a December 3rd of 24 entry.
goes entry 2627. That is J-Bar T. BC Sunny 506 in, exhibited by J-Bar T. Benish Cattle of Juniata, Nebraska. Reserve champion in that division goes to entry 3159, DC NBCC Nancy 5199, exhibited by Dibdall Charolais of Newcastle, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 1206 winter heifer calves, born November 1st to December 31st of 2024. Catching up in our miniature Hereford show, from Class 1708 senior heifer calves, first place goes to entry 94, KLD Looking at Me 875 MC, exhibited by Karen Briggs of Rocky Comfort, Missouri. Second place to entry 382, SS Miss Brea, exhibited by Judy K. Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Third place to entry 2122 is CSK Miss Pearl, exhibited by Skylar Kusera of DeWeese, Nebraska. And fourth place to entry 2121 CSK Miss Dolly, exhibited by Skylar Kuchera of DeWeese, Nebraska.
This division, we got a nice couple of representations for class winners. The one out of class 2 is easily my favorite. Gets a little close to reserve. You pick one that's bigger and longer and stretchier. You pick one that's short and powerful. That needs to be better structured. I want to go ahead and keep the two class winners together. Regular champion together. Congratulations, both.
Single entry over here at your Charolais show, and really a long neck, long bodied one. She's fresh in terms of her condition, shape, still got some foot and bone. Needs probably a little more body, a little more center body mass to her, but young lady did a nice job on a good heifer. Congratulations.
Results in your miniature Hereford show. Your champion fall heifer calf goes to entry 94. That is KLD Looking at Me 875 MC, exhibited by Karen Briggs of Rocky Comfort, Missouri. And your reserve in that division goes to entry 381 SS Miss Piccadilly, exhibited by Judy K. Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Coming in the miniature Hereford show, we've got class 1710. These are late summer yearling heifers born June and July of 2024. The results in your Charolais show from class 1206 winter heifer calves. First place goes to entry 1252 MCC Miss Renee 489, exhibited by Claire Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. And in the ring now is class 1208 senior heifer calves. Results in your miniature Hereford show, class 1710 late summer yearling heifers. First place goes to entry 4600. That is LCC Little Daisy M02E, exhibited by Two Rivers Farm of Sigourney, Iowa. In the ring now is class 1712 early summer yearling heifers.
All right, this is going to make some. Yep, keep coming right around here on the backside here. You'll be there. This is interesting. Sometimes as a show judge, you gotta kind of say what you're thinking and have some transparency in your thoughts. And some of my thoughts, because you got two opposites in terms of kind, and some things you've got to ask yourself. And one is soundness and correctness. Structure is important as well too, but also relative to where you're at within a breed. And I think the Charolais breed is one that, still is a performance breed. You still got to have the extra growth, the size. I know they're a muscle breed like the one there in second, but I think having cattle that have the ability to transmit take cattle that are commercially going to be heavier cattle, where we're taking these heavier weights for the finished cattle. I think there's just more growth, more extension, more future upend for heavier cattle down the road in the genetic build of what we're trying to look here phenotypically, and the one to go ahead and win this class. Now, she's not as powerful bodied and muscular, but what she is just longer, more extended. She's better in her joint work at the ground and at the hock, and I can appreciate that. The heifer in second, the thick, stout one, there's no doubt you like a bold-bodied, stout, rugged one. I think she probably fits a little more in the club calf side production, where she's a little bit more moderate. And I can be okay with that kind, but then when you get in there and study, she gets a little upright and a little tight in terms of her pastern. So I could see where you could sure dig the kind of cattle that have the stoutness in moderation, but I just feel where we're at in breeding cattle, where we're at today, I just like that extra extension. So interesting class, nice pair. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Results in your Charolais Class 1208 Senior Heifer Calves. First place goes to entry 1250. That is SCBS Miss Maggie 426M, exhibited by Caleb Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. And second place, entry 2447 Boy Montella M211, exhibited by Hannah Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our Senior Calf Champion Female.
Very nice.
Out here, this division on the Charolais side, these fall senior calves, interesting, and we can, we'll go through and we'll discuss these folks. It's important to them that we go through, talk them, and discuss them, and get this placing right. The heifer of the first division, first class of this division, really long fronted. She's very feminine about her head and neck. I like that about her. She's real long bodied. She does have some foot and bone for her size. We appreciate that. We talked about her, I did, in terms of class of, she needs more foreribs, she needs more body, she needs to be relaxed there in the center part of her top, but she is still fresh in terms of shape and condition. I like that about her. The next class there, she has some proportion, she has some balance, she's good in terms of her angles. I like that dimension. She's a little bit plainer in terms of her throat, comparatively, but still she's smooth about her shoulder, tucked in nice about that. To me, she's still the highest quality heifer of this pair in competition for this division, so she will be champion. Congratulations to her. I like the doability of the moderate one behind her to be reserved. Give them a nice hand. Congratulations.
In the Charolais show, your Senior Calf Champion Female goes to entry 1250, SCBS Miss Maggie 426M, exhibited by Caleb Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. And your reserve in that division goes to entry 2447 Boy Montella M211, exhibited by Hannah Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. Coming in the arena next in the Charolais show will be Class 1212 Summer Yearling Females. Catching up on some... Let me get the last class real quick, and then we'll select your champion. Results from Class 1712 in your mini Herefords. First place goes to entry 3769 RF Eli Clone, exhibited by Lawson Gall of Clarkson, Nebraska. Second place to entry 383 SS Miss Julep, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. And third place to entry 1332 RMB Miss Patsy 5224, exhibited by Taryn Blesson of Kennesaw. And now we are selecting our champion intermediate heifer.
over here on the white side, this is a nice pair, folks, and I tell you what, and you could take a lot of pride, and it's not easy to in my opinion, but trying to do it to really dress and fit one of these white ones as well as these two people have these things prepared for us here today. And I know it gets a little challenging as we head them back out that out gate, but both of them are good. We just have some differences up there. And the one that I chose to start with, she is very attractive, but she does so just in terms of her center body, her full rib balance, the roundness to her rib, still some boldness to her you're going to expect within a Charolais, and she still transitions better in terms of that down in that rear rib. I like that about her. She's good in terms of her hip, very muscular, still smooth about that. You know, the one area, if I could, I'd just like to relax her structure. She gets a little far forward in terms of her shoulder into her knee, but still that's a good-looking, well-balanced one. Young man, your heifer in second. She is long neck. She's good-looking. You've worked hard to get her presented like you do. And we come out here, and she gives a really good look. For me, though, in my experience and my preference, I've just got to see a little bit more rib shape, more dimension. She just needs to be further along in gestation. When this one gets her calf to drop down in terms of gestation, I think she's going to be wicked good with the things that she does possess. Just comes up a little bit shy. My compliments to both those two exhibitors.
In your miniature Hereford show, your champion intermediate heifer goes to entry 1332, RMB Miss Patsy 5224, exhibited by Taryn Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. Reserve champion in that division goes to entry 3769, RF Eli Clone, exhibited by Lawson Gall of Clarkson, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 17-14 Spring Yearling Heifers. In the south side of your arena, in your Charolais show, results from Class 12-12 Summer Yearling Females. First place goes to entry 3538. That is TR Miss Maeve, 4906 MET, exhibited by Madison Borg of Concord, Nebraska. And second place, entry 3296. That is Memphis, exhibited by Travis Moore of Sutton, Nebraska. Those will also be your intermediate champion female and intermediate reserve champion female from that class. Coming in now, we've got Class 12-14. This is late spring yearling females, born April 1st, April 30th of 2024. Results in your miniature Hereford show from Class 17-14 Spring Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 419. That is HCC Pretty Little Poison ET, exhibited by Jorgen Wilgenbush of Glenwood, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 1480. That is Double K Daiquiri K121, exhibited by Carly Biddle of Walcott, Iowa. Third place, entry 96, BMR Daisy ET, exhibited by Karen Briggs of Rocky Comfort, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 873, that is T3C Firefly, exhibited by Triple Three Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. And fifth place, entry 384, that is SS Miss Zoe, exhibited by Judy K. Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Coming in the arena next will be Class 17-16 These are junior yearling heifers born January and February of 2024.
We go over here to this Charolais side, and I tell you what, we warmed her right up here this afternoon. Here, this is a good heifer. She's very nice. I know we've got some things to do, but having some experience in different breeds and even within this breed, but she's very, very unique to put that many good things together. She's very attractive. She's sound. She's big-bodied. They did a good job of keeping this thing fresh in terms of her condition. Gets out there, goes good. That's a good way to start there. Young lady, your heifer, what I like about her, she is stout. She's powerful. Of this group, as we get past that other one that kind of distanced herself, she's still good-footed and very flexible, very mobile. Not as long-necked as maybe a couple behind her or ahead of her, but I like her power. I like her performance. I like the way she gets out and gives us a look from the side. The one in third. She, again, is bold and robust in that center body, got some turn to her. Gets underneath herself a little bit. I'd like to change her up there in her tail head. But, again, a very good brood cow prospect here in your Charolais division. Long neck, good-looking one comes out here next. And I like those things about her. She has muscularity and shape. Just a little bit just frailer in terms of her bone work, a little more rounded in terms of her hip, could still use a little more flank with the ones out there. But I was kind of a little critical there, but that's still a good-looking one that still takes a good big step.
Okay, winning that class, KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Tristan and Caden Cisco of Odo, Nebraska. And second goes to Madeline Ditloff of Bradshaw, Nebraska on DC NBCC Kaylee 4200. Third goes to Sarah Mead. And fourth to Cole Crawford. In the ring now. Team Thompson from Pender, Nebraska, with a March 24 single entry.
Single entry here in the Charolais division. Young man has a very nice heifer. You talk about cattle that have some unique breeding pieces, what you could do with them, where you go from there. Where I think she has got some uniqueness, that is a little throat latch on a breeding heifer. She's little about her neck, thin about it. She's still, for that kind of length and extension up front, she's still good in terms of her center body, got some length and squareness to her hip. I'd probably square her up in her tail head a little and give her a little more length to her pastern, but that's a very high-quality heifer. Good job, young man.
Catching up on some placings in the south side of our arena from Class 12-14. In your Charolais show, these are late spring yearling females. First place goes to entry 2288, KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Tristan Cisco and Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1821, that is DC NBCC Kaylee 4200, exhibited by Madeline Ditloff of Bradshaw, Nebraska. Third place, entry 1668, THCC Miss Jenny Lind 421M, exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora, Nebraska. And fourth place, entry 3741, that is BCC Brittany M410, exhibited by Cole Crawford of Clarkson, Nebraska. In the next class, you had a single entry in Class 1216, that is early spring yearling females. First place goes to entry 2176. The animal's tattoo ID is 460, and that is exhibited by Thompson family of Pender, Nebraska. Now we'll be selecting our junior champion female.
Hey, we get out here in this division here in your Charolais show, and take a look at them. And we've got some challenges, no doubt about. You look at these two. You don't have to be a rocket scientist or good at poker what to say to know where we're at. We've got one that, just is extremely high-quality heifer. She's got so much good to her, and I talked about her in class to be that unique in terms of freshness and still stoutness, power, soundness. What a heck of a good female. So we'll go ahead and get her acknowledged as our champion in this division. This young man, it's a very good heifer. And then we'll debate about these two here, and we'll get you a reserve. Congratulations. The two heifers here that are left are totally different heifers. We got the long-necked, little-necked one here that is good in terms of depth, needs a little more body, a little more softness, even into her toes. Or we got this young lady's heifer that's very flexible, very sound, good bodied, little plainer in terms of her head and neck. Doesn't really have that as much look. So with that, to me, soundness is still a key. Body and look, I know we'd make her a little nicer necked, but I really like this heifer. She gets out and goes in terms of flexibility. Young lady, you're going to be reserved this division. Congratulations.
Results in your Charolais division. Your junior champion female goes to entry 2288. That is KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Tristan and Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. And your reserve champion was entry 1821, DC NBCC Kaylee 4200, exhibited by Madeline Ditloff of Bradshaw, Nebraska. Coming in now in the Charolais show, we got class 1218 junior yearling females. Catching up on division in your miniature Hereford show, your champion yearling female goes to entry 419, HCC Pretty Little Poison ET, exhibited by Jordan Wilgenbush of Glenwood, Iowa. And reserve champion goes to entry 206, HC Stop and Stare, goes to Hat City Cattle Company of Howard, South Dakota. Now we have class 17-18 senior yearling heifers in the ring now.
Hereford currently trying to be an easy class winner, basic build and good functionality and picking hind leg and the way they're singled. I think she's a nice way, an easy way to go ahead and start. In second, and honestly, from there on, it can be a little bit more of a challenge. The one that goes in second has the most breeding pieces and their bones and their stoutness and their mass. Bigger maple that I wish grew better. Young lady has doing a nice job right here. Heifer not blessed with that hair coat by any means. She's only curly and low, so her and I said, well, she's a off to the side structurally. I think she's the next spot we need to go. The one that goes in 4 here is big and stout and bold. Needs to be better structured off either end. She's coming plain to her front 1/3. The dark red heifer originally wanted to gravitate to because she is nice in her top line. She's plenty stout and powerful. Okay, angle to her shoulder, her rear skeleton, and she also gets off balance to the side. Big stout, heavy muscle one that comes next. It also needs to do better off either end. She also gets a little off balance here and deeper in her chest in relation to her flank. And then the one that rounds out the class, higher hair heifer. Once again, it is stout and powerful. We like to see her just a little better, a little funky around her current.
Entered in this class, Charolais heifers, good trio of heifers that we could look and talk about, and a lot of them have some of them characteristics that we like in terms of the Charolais breed, and just in terms of got power, got muscle, going to make mama cows on down the road for these young folks as they go. The one to start with, she's proud. She gets out here, he gets her head up. She really blends well in terms of one comes neck height of her shoulder, still fits together good into her shoulder. She's very good in the angle. The way she comes out and goes, I like the boldness to her center body, her capacity she has. I would change her a bit in terms of lay her down there in terms of her tail head gets up there just a little more. And you just like to give her a little more relaxed in terms of her hock. She still takes a good long step that you do like. But her advantage in terms of length and extension is where she goes ahead and beats the one here in second. The one in second is softer in terms of her body, better in her loin, better in her rear rib and flank than my class winner. She has some muscle. She's just got a little extra condition, a little thicker in terms of her neck. I'd like to give her a shot more femininity and style for her to go ahead and move up a spot. The next heifer coming out, again, you like her roundness to her rib and in her capacity dimension. Just a little plainer in terms of her leg. A little more uneven in terms of her toe size. Just like to change her just a little from those standpoints. But again, muscular, good-built heifer.
Catching up on placings here from our Miniature Hereford Show, Class 17-18, Senior Yearling Heifers. First place goes to entry 757, CH Mini 300, exhibited by Maddox Thompson of Davenport, Nebraska. Second place, entry 361, SEAL Sister Golden Hair, exhibited by Seal Livestock of Aberdeen, South Dakota. Third place, entry 1323, RMB Miss Ellie 9143, exhibited by Gentry Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. Fourth place, entry 385, SS Miss Simply, exhibited by Judy K. Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry 2120, that is CSK Miss Rosemary, exhibited by Skylar Kuchera of DeWeese, Nebraska. Sixth place goes to entry 418, that is HCC Cinnabon, exhibited by Jordan Wilgenbush of Glenwood, Iowa. Seventh place, entry 1333, that is SS Miss JoJo, exhibited by Taryn Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. And coming in now, those will be your champion senior heifer. Now we are selecting our grand champion in the Miniature Hereford Show. In your Charolais show in the south side of the arena from Class 12-18, placings go. First place, entry 2175. That is for herd ID number 4172, exhibited by Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. Second place, entry 4904, Boy Mindy M442, exhibited by Brecken Went of Lee, Nebraska. And third place, entry 1245, CBS Miss Callie 408M, exhibited by Charity Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. Now we are choosing our senior champion, grand champion female.
As we shift our attention over here to the Charolais side, we get our champion Charolais female and a good lineup, and I tell you, very impressive. My compliment to Charolais exhibitors and breeders and folks that brought them out here. These cattle have a lot of good, and that's a breed that I think is very versatile. They're a growth breed, a muscle breed, but they put so much look into them. And I said that, I think, one of them earlier divisions before, but firsthand witness the fact that you can have stout, powerful cattle and still make them good maternal cows and do what they're supposed to do. And I just admire the Charolais breed for what they do there. So, and you go down through here, we could talk about them, but I think they do have a good. I think we was pretty thorough in terms of how I talked about them in each division. The question in this show is, is fighting for second. Is where the competition lies. But there's a really good heifer here. It's going to be fun to bring her back out tomorrow evening and represent your breed. I hope you can root for and like her. So, folks, put your hands together as a special animal to win this division.
Your grand champion, Miniature Hereford, in the north side of the arena, goes to entry 4600. That is LCC Little Daisy M02, exhibited by Two Rivers Farms of Sigourney, Iowa. In your Miniature Hereford show, your reserve grand champion female goes to entry 757. That is CH Mini 300, exhibited by Maddox Thompson of Davenport, Nebraska. In the south side of the arena, your grand champion, Charolais female, goes to entry 2288. That is KTC Dolly 401, exhibited by Tristan and Caden Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Your grand champion, Charolais female, goes to entry 3538. TR Miss Maeve 4906 MET, exhibited by Madison Borg of Concord, Nebraska. Congratulations to you exhibitors on both sides of the arena. Had a lot happening there all at once, so I believe we'll take a quick break for some backdrop pictures. It's a person I'd like to introduce and recognize in our Charolais arena over here. Person that travels endless hours or endless miles and countless hours, goes to all the bull sales and all the shows. He's covering the states of Kansas, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. We've got Mr. Hadley Shoddy over here behind us. Please wave your hand. He's representing the American International Charolais Association, and we do appreciate all he does for the breed. If you have questions regarding the Charolais breed, he has got his fingers on the pulse and knows what is going on. We're happy to have Hadley with us. Thanks for making the trip, Hadley. Appreciate it. In your miniature Hereford show, class 1741, your pair of females, first place goes to Carly Biddle of Walcott, Iowa. Second place goes to Triple Three Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Third place goes to Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Fourth place to Taryn Blesson of Kennesaw. Fifth place to Skylar Casera of DeWeese, Nebraska. On the south side of our arena in our Charolais show, we will be shifting gears, changing genders. No, we're not. We're going to do the cow-calf pair class first. We've got 2 entries in the cow-calf class 1222.
Can you tell me what the
Charolais enthusiasts, as you talk about, and I had made that comment a time or two during your Charolais show that you can have cows that are massively powerful, thick, have all those things and still be productive. And I know she's 2.5, what she did calf, but that's a big stout calf. She's got the side of her. She got beautiful udder. I do appreciate in the cow-calf division where you do let him nurse, and he's nursed out to get that much mass and power. The doability she's got. Can't say enough good things about her. And you want true performance, true doability. I know he's ready to come off of her. He's doing well, but that's a big, stout, powerful bull to look at there. The older cow there comes in second. You know, she's probably a little better looking, phenotypically has some things that we desire. But as a cow, though, I'd like to see her a little full in that fore udder. Have her just a little leveler in terms of there, just a little more fullness to her to compete with the one right ahead of her. A nice calf. Young lady, I was impressed for you to hold on. Folks, give her a nice round of applause. That was impressive to watch her hang on and hang in there.
Results from your Charolais cow-calf class. First place goes to entry 2448. That is CCC Miss Brandy 2660 PET, exhibited by Zach Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 1247 SCBS Miss Pearl 103J, exhibited by Charity Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. Now we will be starting our Charolais bull show with class 1226. These are junior bull calves born January and February of 2025. Results in our miniature Hereford show, class 1724. First place goes to entry 4601. That is DSC, Now or Never, exhibited by Two Rivers Farms of Sigourney, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 1481, Double K Frosty, K128 ET, exhibited by Carly Biddle of Walcott, Iowa. And third place, entry 3776, TTCC, Eastbound and Down, exhibited by Cooper Gossie of Beresford, South Dakota. And that will be your champion junior bull calf and reserve champion junior bull calf.
Enter in this Charolais bull class, and we went ahead and let them go the other way. I think they're going to just head right out the outgate. But three very nice individuals. The one I started with, and I know it's a big advantage or the advantage to me anyway. He's just a pulled version of the one there that comes in second. I love his body, his mass. He's very athletic in terms of his structure. He gets around the ring really well from a mobility standpoint. You know, we would probably maybe in the show ring just he gets a little deep in terms of his chest floor, a little plain in terms of his build, but practicality is where he wins the class because I think he still has that dimension and soundness advantage. The skirt bull comes here in second. I'd like to give him a little more forerib. I like his depth of body. He's long-strided. He definitely is a longer fronted version than the bull that I go ahead and start with, but I just got to open him up and give him more power, more dimension for him to go ahead and to be a class winner, but he's still a very, very nice individual. The bull in third gives up a little bit of weight per day of age, has some length of body, a little shorter in terms of his pastern, a little deeper in terms of his neck, but a nice individual. My compliments to all three of those exhibitors.
Results in your Charolais show from class 1226, junior bull calves. These will also be your champion junior bull calf and reserve champion junior bull calf. First place and champion goes to 2450 SCH Gunslinger 5101P, exhibited by Ella Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. Second place to entry 3160 MD Security 5212, exhibited by Dibdall Charolais of Newcastle, Nebraska. And third place to entry 868 Fly Cowboy Breeze 535, exhibited by Cooper Elson of Miller, Nebraska. Coming in the arena now on the Charolais show, we've got class 1236. These are spring yearling bulls. And results in our miniature Hereford show on the north side of the arena from class 1726. First place goes to entry 3913. Festus HSC 724, exhibited by Larry Harmon of Tekamah, Nebraska. Second place to entry 386. SS Mr. Herrick, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. And third place to entry 1329. TB How Do You Like Toby, exhibited by Remington Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got class 1728 senior bull calves.
Out here, single entry here at your Charolais division. We've got a very muscular, shapely bull that's still clean about his front end and still gives us some balance and symmetry from the side as we stand back off of him, does some things well. You know, this bull, probably the biggest thing I would probably change about him is you get there in front of him, he wants to get a little narrow at the knee, a little out the toe. But from the side, he's still got some dimension. He's still flexible, gets out and goes, but nice individual.
Which one, I think, probably has the most impact on someone's having a contest with them. But a bull that is rugged and stout and masculine would probably go soft up in the center rig, and that's where the bull in second does have the advantage in body, probably just loses the structure. Just reach to get the plane up front, and you get the plane out of his hip and wants to just tuck down and pin set reaction to get out and go. But nice pair of bulls, you want them to this time.
Results from your Charolais show, bull class 1236, spring yearling bulls. First place, and this will be your junior champion bull, goes to entry 2948. That is CE Pegasus Envy 016, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. In the ring now is class 1244, 2-year-old bulls. And in our north side of the arena in the Miniature Hereford show, class 1728, senior bull calves, first place. This will be your first place goes to entry 362, Seal PP Ricochet, exhibited by Seal Livestock of Aberdeen, South Dakota. And second place, entry 391, KR Mr. No Sir, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska.
Out here in our senior yearling bull division, boy, we got us a good one here. This old rascal here is stout. He's powerful. He's good looking. He knows he's got the look and presence. He just has a look of a herd bull that can do some good. Very nice individual. I know we'll have some nice things to say about him as we bring him back out here. But congratulations there on a nice individual.
So results in your Charolais show, your 2-year-old bull. This will be your senior champion. First placed in senior champion goes to entry 2947. That is CCC Sundance 3026 PET, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. Now we will be selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion Charolais bull.
Yeah, I said nothing but a lot of good things here about your in your Charolais division, your Charolais exhibitors. Both the female show and your bull show, we've got very, very impressive individuals to represent this breed here, and not take anything with these other two. And I think that would be my decision as you get in here. The younger bull was impressive on his mother. Big, sound, productive. He's a little plainer in terms of a show bull in the ring, but just practicality and quality and good, he's very impressive, and I like that about him. The mid-age bull is muscular and shapely, a little more dried out in terms of body, got a little narrow in terms of his knee, but still good looking. But the no-doubter in this drive and quality is this gentleman's here bull, the big 2-year-old, is just a proud, stout, burly, good-looking, high-quality individual. Folks, put your hands together. Give him a nice round of applause. I'll shake his hand. He'll be our champion Charolais bull.
In the south side of your arena, your grand champion Charolais bull goes to entry 2947. That is CCC Sundance 3026 PET, exhibited by Epperson Cattle Company of Laredo, Missouri. And your reserve grand champion Charolais bull goes to entry 2450. That is SCH Gunslinger 5101P, exhibited by Ella Schnelly of Beatrice, Nebraska. In the north side of your arena, in the Miniature Hereford Show, Class 1730 Summer Yearling Bulls, first place goes to entry 3914, Asher HSC 184E, exhibited by Larry Harmon of Tekamah, Nebraska. Second place, entry 1326, that is SS Mr. Lachlan, exhibited by Mason Blesson of Kennesaw, Nebraska. In the ring now, we've got Class 1732. These are spring yearling bulls born March and April of 2024. On the south side of the arena, we'll be taking a break to take some champion bull pictures. We do have a couple group classes in the Charolais division, so we'll be back to finish those up here shortly. Results in the Miniature Hereford class, 1732, the spring yearling bulls. First place goes to entry 874. That is T3C0, exhibited by 333 Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Second place goes to entry 205. That is HCC Chuckwagon Chicken, exhibited by Hat City Cattle Company of Howard, South Dakota. Third place, entry 204, HCC Foresight ET, exhibited by Hat City Cattle Company of Howard, South Dakota. Fourth place goes to entry 387, that is SS Western Stone, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. And fifth place, entry 388, SS Mr. H. Bar G, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting your champion yearling bull. In the Miniature Hereford Show, your champion yearling bull goes to entry 874. That is T3C0, exhibited by 333 Cattle of Cheyenne, Wyoming. And your reserve champion in that division goes to entry 3914, Asher HSC 184E, exhibited by Larry Harmon of Tacoma, Nebraska. Coming up next in our Miniature Hereford Show, we've got Class 1736. And this is senior yearling bulls. Got a single entry class. Our Charolais Arena, we've got our first group class. This is Class 1246, Produce of Dam. Results in your Miniature Hereford class, 1736, senior yearling bulls. This will also be your champion senior bull. First place and champion goes to entry 390. That is SS Miss Israel, exhibited by Judy Split of North Platte, Nebraska. Now we will be selecting our Grand Champion Miniature Hereford Bull and Reserve Grand Champion Miniature Hereford Bull. Results in your Charolais group classes, your Produce a Dam, first place goes to entry 1249. That is Charity Schnelly of DeWitt, Nebraska. And second place goes to entry 5463, Cooper Elson of Miller, Nebraska. Next in, we will have our Get of Sire class. Can I announce it? Okay. First place in your Get of Sire goes to entry 5462, Cooper Elson of Miller, Nebraska. Congratulations, guys. We'll bring all three of them in. Yep. All three are full sibs.